So when you first walk in this particular building, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see bright, open spaces, clean floors. When they say it's a new age here within this building, it truly is. The culture here at E.J. Brown is about keeping it consistent, about keeping it simple, keeping it about students. How do we get students from where they are now to where we need them to be? So about being in those hallways, building those relationships, those positive relationships with students, knowing their names, and just building that bond, believing in them. Keep it simple, keep it consistent, keep it all about students. That's why we're here at E.J. Brown.
This year, we have a very strong administration team, and we have very clear expectations, not only for the students, but also for the teachers. So that consistency is really strong this year, and I see that growing as we keep moving forward. I love challenging the students. So I teach science, and for me, it's more about teaching them to think more than like the content. So really getting them to understand what's happening around them and then be able to use that in situations that they might get into outside of the school. We've been changing the expectations and honing more into academics around the students. And then we've also been bringing in more community pieces. We've had some change over the years, but the last couple years, they've stayed the same, and we're growing more community base.
As a security resource officer here, my main job is student safety. I also am somewhat of a counselor or a mediator to the students. A lot of them come and talk to me, and we try to figure out solutions together to make things better, because if things outside of school are affecting you, then you're not going to be able to get a proper education. I believe that building a relationship with these students is the key to them advancing educationally as well as socially. E.J. Brown is the best middle school because we have the best sports teams, we have the best teachers, we have the best SRO team in the district, we have the best principal in the district. So if you want to be the best, you should come to E.J. Brown.
I think students should go here because it gives them a better mindset. The biggest difference between elementary and middle school is the moving around, but it really wasn't that hard to get used to. The way to be a Bruin is to follow the Bruin B's. Be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be unstoppable.
My name's David Beard. I'm the Director of Transportation Fleet Maintenance. It's very much so a team environment. You know, I work with some my opinion, some of the best mechanics in the business. They're all highly focused on safety. We've got positions from entry level all the way up through administration. There's room to grow. It's just a great environment to work with. From a transportation standpoint, we're the first and last touch with these kids every day with the drivers and the school bus equipment. We really focus on making sure that they're safe, and they're safe to get to school and safe to get home from school. And my guys are extremely focused on that, and it's very satisfying that we've been able to do that. From tires to brakes to structure to electronics to monitoring to GPS, you know, we have lots of systems in place for the safety of the students, the drivers, making sure that those buses are 100% ready to roll and safe.
That is for winning. I can't. I can do it. I was.
Okay. How you doing, Mr. Sampson? I'm all right. Oh, Bailey's out there?
You acknowledge your presence?
Okay.
I will move on.
Look at Bailey.
This is my footrest because I have short legs.
Pray for us.
Thank you. You can use this. Do you have an account, Sharice? Okay. We'll get you set up so you can see that.
Who said that? Lady or Joe?
If I get you started.
It comes way different depending on who says something.
Now call to order this business meeting. What's today's date? The 21st? November 21st. Madam Treasurer, may we have a roll call?
President Goodwin,
Here.
Mr. Smith,
Present.
Mr. Sampson,
Here.
Miss Wick, Dr. Pickett,
Present.
Miss Reinhardt,
Present.
Mr. Lacy,
Here.
Mr. Nichols,
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
7 present.
My dad always did that. Our Father.
Guys, thank you. We're actually going to pivot a little bit at the request of one of the board members to hear the bargaining units first. Are there any bargaining units that would like to speak tonight? You just walk on up. There's not.
Thank you. I appreciate that. President Goodwin, Vice President Smith, board members, Interim Superintendent Lawrence, Treasurer Braha, DPS staff and families. Good evening. My name is Neil Mahoney, and I'm the president of the Dayton Education Association. Each and every day, I get the opportunity to work with and represent the hardworking, dedicated, passionate, and professional members of the DEA. It is in that role that I am before you tonight, to be their voice. I am not here to place blame or point fingers. Rather, I am here to provide insight. We began the school year with the hope and excitement that comes with change, especially a potential change in leadership and culture. A change we hoped would bring relief to the many obstacles that my members have had to endure for the past several years. I understand that change takes time, can be uncomfortable, and not everything that is faced can be changed. With this in mind, I enacted what my father used to tell me: don't judge by words, judge by actions. So far, we have seen a blizzard of activity, which includes new administrators, new programs, new expectations, surveys, town halls, and even a new school calendar. It is at this time that I am reminded of the words of Coach John Wooden when he said, "Never mistake activity with achievement." What we have failed to achieve is a clear communication, one that actively searches out and engages the voices of our teachers. If they would have been asked, they would tell you that they are tired. Tired from all that is being asked of them to complete. Tired from the disruptive behaviors and lack of discipline enforcement. Tired from the fear for their safety. Tired from the constant loss of planning time, covering classes for which they are barely paid. Tired from the countless meetings and PD requested of them. Tired from not being included in the process and decision-making which affects their students. They are tired of watching new teachers not receive the training, support, and mentoring they both need and deserve. They're tired of watching the district's inability to hire licensed teachers. They're tired of watching their coworkers leave each year in record numbers. And finally, they are tired of not being treated as the professionals that they are. Please know that I truly understand with all that is going on within the district, it is easy to get distracted. It is my hope that this Thanksgiving break will bring a needed rest for my members and that their voices will be heard. My ask of you is to remember that clarity and decisiveness comes from the willingness to slow down, to listen, and to look at what's happening. On a personal note, from my family to yours, I would like to wish each of you a happy Thanksgiving that is filled with peace, love, and joy. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mahoney? Can I ask you a question? Please, formal session.
Sorry?
Yeah, just wanted to ask you, because I do enjoy when you give us this information. What could we have done better? I've heard I hear various different levels of things here. But how can we be better communicators to you and your team and your staff and teachers in general? Like, just where are we dropping the ball? Because I feel like we get messages from you, but I don't actually see tangible actions happen on our side to address some of the things that you are saying. So how can we address those things?
Well, I think it starts with personally being a little more visible in buildings. I know that has changed from previous administrations where the board wasn't out as much or as much as they would have liked. My members would love to be able to speak to, just to feel the presence of the board at the buildings, 1. 2, our membership, the biggest tone I'm feeling right now is they've told me it feels like the year's halfway over. They're that tired, and it's only been a quarter and a half. They're not being heard. They're not being part of the decision-making processes that indirectly affect them. We have over 170 long-term subs. We realize we're having trouble attracting to this district, but we're also losing our planning time. We're losing the opportunity to spend time with the students that we know need that extra time because we're covering classes. These are the kinds of things that they would mention to you to let you know what exactly is happening in the buildings. Change has been good. Don't get me wrong. The change that we're hearing is a positive change, but what I keep hearing is that it's happening very quickly without following back to see how effective it's been. Rather than taking small strides, seeing how the program worked, coming back, questioning all the stakeholders, we just move on to the next, And it's put our members in a position that they feel that they're struggling a little bit right now. And I think the biggest thing that we can do is have a little bit of a reset when we come back with the initiatives and the programs. Talk to the stakeholders, the teachers, that where the rubber meets the road. The change is good. However, it's happening at a pace that it's very difficult with all the other things being asked of my members to be as deep as what it needs to be.
Okay. If I could put an ask for you, from us, or from me, if the other members have anything they want to add, they can. If you talk about a reset when we come back from break, if you guys in the teachers union here could just give us not only the problems that you're seeing, but some actionable solutions of steps that you see forward for us to start this discussion on how we can resolve some of the things that are going on. I think that would be, for me as a board member, to know exactly what's going on. Because even hearing you talk about the loss of planning time, I don't know how that's happening. But I would like to know how it's happening, what we can do on our side if that is something that we can remedy. So if we can just start with you guys telling us what the problems are, and as well as some proposed solutions to those problems, so we can start really tasking and working with our team to see which of these things can we actually change and improve for this quality of work-life balance for our people. That's just the ask for me.
Oh, no, I think it's a fantastic ask, and I'm prepared for that because in the last week or so, we've gone ahead and surveyed our membership. With all the surveys that are going on, we figured we'd jump on board. We've surveyed our membership. We've had the opportunity to, as just the other day, I received over 100 emails separately from the survey. So I would be able to present with you everything that which I spoke upon tonight in a tangible form with a contact name if be, or we can leave the names out, but at least the possible buildings or the general idea, the general flavor of what our members are going through. I have that information and I would love to present that.
I appreciate it, and I can commit to you that I will follow up on each thing that you give me. Even if it's they said they couldn't do it. I will give you a follow-up personally. Any of you guys have anything? All right.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon, board members. How you doing? My name is Kenny Jones Jr., and I am the president of the Paraprofessional of Local 643. Today, we have a couple of issues that was going on with paraprofessionals. And some of them are, one of them are, we have paraprofessionals working in classrooms for 1, 2, or even 3 years without certification. And that should never be happening. And when it always comes from downtown, send them an alert that's saying, hey, your certification has been not issued at this time. Please renew your certification. That's not happening at this time. And when something's happening in the building, the first thing they're saying is, oh, they have no license, and it's automatic termination. That should never be happening. Also, I feel like we failing as a district with our paraprofessionals. They work above and beyond in the buildings and also at transportation. Along with that is the BCI and FBI background checks have not been done with some of these paraprofessionals. And as I said before at the beginning, once something happens, the only thing they would say, and I'm gonna put a name on it like Dr. Lawrence always says, safety and security would come over and Mr. Essex would say, they have no license, they have no FBI, BCI background checks. Why are we waiting so long before this stuff is happening to these paraprofessionals? Let's get this stuff started ahead of a time at the end of the school year and let them know, hey, your stuff is ending at this point of a time. Let's get it happening. Let's get it rolling, the ball rolling up there in Columbus. I appreciate you guys listening to my matters today. I really do. And I'm thankful for you guys from the beginning of the school year with the contract that paraprofessional I gotten. I really am. So thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lawrence, if I could just make a request on our part, ask first, do we hire people and put them in positions that require licenses?
Do we hire people?
Do we hire them in positions that require licenses without the license?
I'd have to check with HR. Yeah, we can get you a list.
If we can just check on that, the concerns that were brought up today, if we could just follow up and just on the amount of individuals that we actively may have in a position that don't hold the licenses that are in the paraprofessional profession, and what are our next steps with these individuals? Because, I mean, they have contracts now, and as you stated.
Yes. Yeah, currently, Dr. Michelle Ramos is going through the entire district, all 2,300 people.
So is it our practice to hire them, though, without making sure they have?
No, it's not our practice, but we are going through employees that were hired before we were here and ones while we were here. Go ahead, Dr. Johnson. Yeah.
I'm just going to piggyback what you stated, corroborated.
Sure,
there are several paras that were hired prior to this administration that haven't had licenses in years.
So what happens when you guys find that information?
We notify the employees so that they can go ahead and apply. State law allows you to hire someone as long as you can see that the license is pending on ODE's website, and you can hire them. Or you can maintain their employment.
If they don't do those actions, like, do they have a timeline?
Then we'll have to let them go. Right.
Okay. What's that timeline if people don't take those actions to let them go?
There's no timeline stipulated by the Ohio Revised Code. However, it's something that we can discuss, and I'm sure we can create something that makes sense for everybody.
If we could get that accomplished and even include Mr. Jones in those type of conversations, just so that they know that those type of things are protecting the credibility of their titles, that would be just a good ask for me. You guys have anything? All right, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Griffith, and I'm here on behalf of the Ohio Association of Public School Employees, also known as OPSE, and the 7 bargaining units that we represent within the district. We are here to educate the board on the current issues that we have been putting up with. I want to preface my statement by saying we understand that the turnover has been high in management positions this whole school year. We recognize that nobody is perfect and mistakes will be made. What we cannot recognize is the ongoing shortcomings of the district's management who are unresponsive and not correcting their mistakes. From the very beginning of this school year, we have dealt with a plethora of pay issues. I am not talking about one or two. As we speak tonight, we still need the transportation department's attendance bonus to be paid, which is over a month late. Behavior such as this cannot and will not be tolerated. A lot of your dedicated employees work paycheck to paycheck, and we're banking on having this money for the current holiday. This is money that my members have earned by making sure to report to work every day and help the district in a time when short staffing is running rampant. It is sickening that the district's way of thanking these members is to not pay them the bonuses that's been agreed upon. It is even more troubling that when we have reached out over the pay issues, we have been called unprofessional and have been demeaned for simply trying to get a correction by the top leadership. I have had other members who were the subject of district investigations who were put on paid administrative leave only to not actually be paid for the time they were placed on leave. Emails to the district's administration have not been returned for 3 weeks on that issue. This is a common theme. It is very difficult to even get a simple response. We still have 5 contracts that are yet to be settled from this summer. We have made repeated attempts to get dates to negotiate from the district. It took from the summer until just recently to even get a date to negotiate back from the district for some of our groups. The drivers, who were our last group to meet, requested the district's final and best offer and are yet to receive that offer, which is now going on a month. We always hear about the 5 C's: culture, communication, competence, commitment, and collaboration. While I agree these are great things to aim for in an organization, I am yet to see any of these attributes materialize in any of the current upper management. As this community looks for its next leader, I ask that the board at least hold the current leaders accountable to their own 5 C's. Thank you and have a good holiday.
You just gonna drop the mic and walk away? You didn't see the theme of questions being asked today? I just wanted to ask a question, yeah. It's more for.
I was trying to take up all
Oh,
the
yeah.
time, so I apologize.
We here all night, you know?
Okay.
It's more so because the attendance part here, I believe, you're saying that is still actively, those have
No
not?
one's gotten the pay for that still. I think there are people working on it, but like I said, it is over a month late still, and it's, not in people's pockets yet, so.
Okay, looks like you about to come up and say something on that, go ahead.
So that was actually a part of the supplementals that we discussed last week. A large number of our employees received those supplementals. However, the entire list has not been, it's completed now. It's completed now. It was just done today by one of our employees in HR. And they've now submitted that list to payroll, and we should be able to get our transportation employees, our hardworking employees paid next week.
Okay, let me ask you a question. I want to make sure I understand. You're saying the supplementals that we had last week
The attendant, yes.
are part of the attendance bonuses for?
No, I'm saying a lot of those that were handled by the previous individual that left, things undone. A large part of the supplementals we were able to get completed. This was a group that we were not able to get completed, the attendance bonuses, because it's a little bit more difficult and time consuming to calculate. But that has since been completed. Payroll has that list now, and they should be able to get paid next week.
So, Madam Treasurer.
If the payroll receives it today, up to 3 o'clock it wasn't received, we will make sure they get paid on Tuesday, because the payroll is going to be sent Tuesday.
So,
Yeah, because tomorrow is the big payroll day.
and we've
We're
been,
going to finish payroll tomorrow, and Tuesday we will set another payroll. We'll review it, and we'll set another payroll for Tuesday. It's not
the
tomorrow.
list is complete.
But we haven't received it up to now.
Please. Okay, so my ask of you guys, because I can't remember your name, I'm sorry, it's the first time I saw you.
Nate.
As Nate stated, a lot of our individuals do rely on every paycheck that they get here. I mean, I think we keep coming to this issue, and it would just be nice if this issue was resolved to where people didn't have to come continuing to tell us to give them the money that they're owed because they earned it already. So the ask again here is, can we please get this resolved for these individuals as quickly as possible?
It will be resolved after we review it tomorrow. Tuesday is the next pay. We can create a pay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I believe you're on up.
Good evening. Protocol's been established. My name is Marie R. Winfrey, President of Local 627, Transportation School Bus Drivers. And good evening, the board members, superintendent, interims, and president. We can stay on that topic since it's been brought up about our attendance bonus, because I did give y'all folders where we have been processing the emails back and forth trying to get this taken care of. This is a quarterly thing. It is in our contract. It is late, this attendance bonus. In January, you'll be paying us again for a quarterly, and it probably will be late. We understand that there's changes in HR, payroll, people have changed positions, but as a corporation and a district, if you was in the business, you would have someone to follow up, and you will have a backup. You wouldn't have your corporation fall apart because someone else has been moved out of that position, or you brought in someone else to do the position. We have been told by HR and Transportation Management, as you look at those emails by Mr. Craig Anderson, that we will receive our attendance bonus by now. 2 weeks ago, it was told to us. 4 weeks ago, it was told to us. Now we're hearing again that we will not receive it again until Tuesday of next week, because we have payroll that we have to get accomplished today. Also, we was told by Mr. Brandon Calhoun in the email that they were working on it. They didn't have the list corrective. But if we send a list to HR, which is the Transportation Department, and we telling you who we are that works there, wouldn't you take heed to the list that was given to you in HR instead of you trying to implement and put your own data when you didn't even know what's the place? So we have some issues that we need to resolve about this attendance bonus, because it's not being taken care correctly. We have worked, we are coming to work, your buses are being moved, your students are getting to school, and they're getting back home. You don't hear a lot of uncovered routes at this time. People are coming to work. They deserve their pay. That's one topic. Next topic. We have issues that's going on in transportation. And we're back on the same topic that I brought to you before about the students' behavior on these buses. The behavior of the students on the buses are getting out of hand completely. You have before you some that don't have no names. I removed everything, but you have some of the behaviors. We understand that interim superintendent Dr. Lawrence has said that we need to put it placed back into the principal's hands and the schools, but that is not working. We need to be working as a village to try to get this taken care of. We are now being attacked, us bus drivers just as well. Parents getting on the buses again. Some is threatening. They not just threatening the driver, they're threatening our children, which is unacceptable. We need to put them in and put them in place where we need to trespass them, file charges against them. I stated that. We have it in our codes, and we have it in our Ohio Department of Education and Transportation. What should be done? In our DPS code, we have behavior. They can't have their cell phone. We want to go to code 241. Also, tape, tobacco, and vaping on the bus, code 253. Are we verbal abuse, profanity, racial slurs? We have all that in there, but we receive it and we're getting all of that. But the problem is nothing is being done. The principals are not stepping up to the plate, removing these students off these school buses. Transportation is not stepping up to the plate, management, to help to remove these students off the school buses, or even sending out any type of warnings or verbal commands to the parents. Hold them accountable. We need to hold them accountable of their children. We know we want the kids in school. We're doing our job to get them in school, but we shouldn't have to be threatened. We shouldn't have to be bullied. We shouldn't have to deal with the cell phones and videos being taking place while we're driving. We have enough distraction already. We do looking at the traffic, the people that's driving the vehicles. We just had several accidents of buses, and we're trying to be safe as possible for the Dayton Public School District. Please, district, members, board members, please assist us to get this taken care of. We need y'all assistance and y'all help, and I hold you accountable to it. To help us to get this taken care of, try to get these parents under control, and please take care of our attendance bonus. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lawrence, Ms. Winfrey stated that they're already working with the school principals. Ms. Winfrey stated that they're already working with the school principals on this, on helping with the discipline. Is there a way that we can get something set up so we can come up with a concrete plan between not only the transportation leadership, but the school leadership to actually make some tangible moves on this one?
Absolutely. I spoke with David Caldwell at length earlier, and to clarify, I said this is a team effort. In emergency situations, absolutely, transportation is capable of removing children from buses. And then students, assistant principals in particular, who have administrative license should contact parents and then have a discussion, whether it's 1 to 10 days off the bus with the conference. So those things are in place. We just need to sit down and figure out why you feel that way. I see Chief Spurlock shaking her hands, so there might be some gaps, and we have no problem sitting down and having the conversation. You and I talk quite often.
Thank you. And this is a safety concern, can we just have a report back out to the full board at the next meeting on what we came up with concretely? Especially the part about the parents coming onto the bus. I mean, that poses a severe risk to the person driving, because you don't know what people have getting on the bus these days or going out anywhere. So if we can just get a report back of how we are, that main issue, as well as creating something concrete to help them. Anything else? Any other bargaining union?
But come on up, quick.
Come on up.
Good evening. I'm Craig Anderson, Senior Executive Director of Transportation. Just this past week, and I forgot the school, I think it was a non-DPS school, we did trespass a parent. I also spoke with the Trotwood and Dayton Police Department. Dayton Police visited the parent's home. There was no one home, but we are working hand in hand with the authorities when we learn of a parent that illegally enters a bus. So we'll work with Ms. Winfrey and the other drivers and pairs, but I have had some conversations with the schools, but also the Dayton and Trotwood Police Department to make sure we're all on the same page as far as parents not entering our buses and being unsafe at the stops.
Are we having any repeat offender parents coming on?
Not to my knowledge, because the minute I learned that there's a trespass situation, I'll work with Chief Wright's team, and we send a letter out, but we also contact the police department.
Because we may want to move forward and press charges if we got people repeat offending on us.
In the case I mentioned last week, I did tee that up for the department, the police department. I'm not sure if they did. I'll follow up with them. But that parent, I spoke to the parent, and the police department spoke to them to make sure that they will not return to the bus stop.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. On to the first presentation.
All right. After school programming, LaShawn Graham, would you come on up and bring your dynamic team with you? And it's good to see you back in the district.
Thank you. Good afternoon, or well, it's a good evening now. President Goodwine, board members, Dr. Lawrence, and Ms. Abraha. Thank you for welcoming me back. Mm-hmm. Been back a little over 2 months. But today we want to present to you, talk about after-school programs. And what we're going to do, what I would like to do is introduce our new academic coordinators for parent engagement, outreach, and student activities. I have to read that because that is a long title. Share the after-school programs and opportunities offered throughout the district, share the impact of offering after-school programs, and then at the end give you a summary of what we have in our buildings. So first of all, go to the next slide. Just introducing myself. I am the Director of Federal Programs, LaShawn Graham. Been in state and federal programs for over 23 years. And I will be finishing up probably my 28th year here with Dayton Public Schools. I spent the last 2 years working at St. Clair Community College as the Grants Management Coordinator prior to me coming back. And for the benefit of Board Member Sampson, I'm a proud graduate from Dayton Public Schools of Patterson. Me and him go back and forth on that one. Yes, Beavers. And I have a degrees in business management and organizational management, just to give you an overall view of what my knowledge and skills are. So at this time, and since I asked Khaled and Shasta to do the same thing, I thought I'd show the degrees and information for my experience. So it is with great pride, because you're right, I have a dynamic team.
Mm-hmm.
And I am loving it because it's not experience that I had before. And Khaled Jabber has been working in public education since 2017. Mr. Jabber has a master's degree in special education. Prior to joining the Office of Federal Programs team as academic coordinator, Mr. Jabber worked as a teacher, language specialist at the International School at Residence Park, and is a school culture coordinator at the local community school. So I'm going to introduce, this is Khaled Jabber.
Good evening, board members, board president, Dr. Lawrence. I am very proud to be a team member of the Dayton Public District, and I look forward to serving our families and our schools as well to support the principals and the teachers in creating a better, thriving community.
Thank you. And then on my right-hand side, I have Shasta Sane. She's a proud graduate of Dayton Public Schools, Stiver School for the Arts. Ms. Sane has a bachelor's degree in social work from Wright State University, a master's degree in social work from the University of Cincinnati, and is a licensed social worker through CSWMFT Board of Ohio. Ms. Sane has served in social services for 15 years and as a social worker has been a social worker for the last 6 years. Ms. Sane is also currently furthering her knowledge of educational system through postgraduate courses through the University of Dayton. So proud to introduce to you Shasta Sane.
Thank you. Good evening, board, President Goodwine, Superintendent Lawrence. I'm so happy to be here and to finally come back home. So I was so nervous to come before you all because I had a long dissertation, but I understand that Ms. Graham has it under control. But please know that Khaled and myself, we are so excited to start implementing the 5 C's and to just be a part of the team. We're ready to roll up our sleeves. This is week 2 for me, week 2 in 2 days. So we're ready to get to work. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So it's wonderful to have a nice cross-functional team to make sure that the student services, the parent and family engagement, and the community outreach is being conducted for the district. But for the most part, today is about after-school programs. So after-school programs, sometimes called OST or out-of-school time programs, and that's a term that 21st century programs like to use, is the out-of-school time, serve children and youth of all ages. Dayton Public Schools after-school programs encompass a broad range of focus areas, including academic and support, mentoring, positive youth development, arts, sports and recreation, and programs for youth experiencing homelessness. Dayton Public Schools after-school program provides students with productive learning time that creates a sense of belonging, improve social skills, provide academic support, make learning more fun, provide safety and supervision, and build confidence. Dayton Public Schools is the proud recipient of several 21st century grants, where we have at Cleveland, and Cleveland has a 21st century grant serving students K through 6, and our partner is the YMCA of Greater Dayton. We have a 21st century grant at Kaiser, and Dayton Children's is our partner, and they're serving grades 3 through 6. We have a 21st century program at Louise Troy, where Grace United Methodist Church is our partner, and they're serving grades K through 4. We have one at Roosevelt. McKinley United Methodist Church is the partner serving grades K through 4. And then Westwood, we have a program there where Revival Center Ministries is our partner, and they're serving K through 5. On the flip side, we have programs in our buildings where Dayton Public Schools is the partner. So that's Miracle Makers at Ruskin for grades K through 6, East End Community Services Corporation at Wright Brothers serving grades 7 through 8, and Omega CDC Scholars of Hope serving Edwin Joe Brown 7th and 8th graders. So the goal of 21st Century is efforts to impact students through an intentional focus on improved reading, mathematics, positive youth development, and parent and family engagement outcomes. To ensure effective implementation of all stakeholders, we have responsibility to assurances that are spelled out in the partnership agreement. So with our program, especially with 21st Century, the top part with the reading, mathematics, positive youth development, and parent and family engagement are mandatory requirements for those programs. And I have a wonderful state and federal coordinator, Rebecca Portoff, who is working with those programs to make sure that things are in order, make sure that we're compliant, and we're meeting the intent and purposes of the grant. McKinney-Vento Homeless Program after school. The purpose of McKinney-Vento Homeless Children and Youth Program is to ensure that all children and youth, including preschoolers, have equal access to the same free and appropriate public education as non-homeless children and youth. Currently, the Homeless Liaison and Outreach Coordinator is working with Human Resources to fill homework assistant provider positions that we hopefully will have started in January, where we have 4 providers and 1 substitute. The plan is to have 2 homework assistant providers at St. Vincent, 1 at the YWCA Domestic Violence Shelter, and then we're going to decide about the 4th one to be, it's going to either be Linda Vista or Daybreak. And the intent and purpose to have these homework assistant providers in these shelters is because it helps provide those students and families that are in the shelter with that extra assistance and work that they may need. So we're not really calling it tutoring, it's just assist with homework, because they have different challenges than our families who are not homeless, where they have to work into a bigger building or organization where they don't really have their own rooms, their own places to work. So this is the reason why we have the homework assistant providers. I'm gonna stop right there and see if there's any questions at this point about 21st Century after-school program or the McKinney-Vento homework assistant providers.
I like to take it all in. I like to hit you at the end. Got to see where you go with the presentation. You might answer some things later, so let's just see how it goes.
Okay.
You know.
No, I'll wait too.
Okay.
You know, that it's such big work. I mean, you hit on so many things just in that moment that I'm anxious to ask a lot of questions, so I'm looking forward to it.
Okay.
And your work as well.
And then the rest of the information was compiled by the chiefs working with the schools to make us more aware of what is going on in the buildings. So you would see for the first 2 slides, we're outlining all the programs, student clubs and student enrichment that we have in our elementary schools. And I'm just let that sit up there for a minute. I don't think I need to read that for you. And then the next one is the rest of our elementary school student club and student enrichment. And then the next slide, we have middle schools with study tables and after-school activities. And then further, we have the high school study tables and after-school activities. And we have 2 pages of that. So in reviewing all this information, looking at the after-school programs, the opportunities, the enrichment, we have 5 21st century programs serving students K through 6, and we have 3 serving grades K through 8. Then on the other side, we have school-based programming. It's the elementary student club, student enrichment, not including 21st century, 15 out of our 16 schools have something going on in their building. The middle school study tables, after-school activities, all of our middle schools have activities going on in their buildings for students. And high school study tables and after-school activities, 6 out of the 6 schools have some type of program, study table, or after-school activities going in their building. And then we have McKinney-Vento, where the homework assistance to students living in 3 of the 4 of the different shelters. So I think it gives you a comprehensive overview of what we have in the buildings that is supporting students, supporting that out of school time, giving them that confidence, that support and what they need. And do you have any questions?
Thank you. Let me open it up to the floor. Go ahead, Board Member Witt.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I love this kind of work, and I can see the depth of need in our community. So really looking forward to you digging in here. How do you Well, first of all, I'm in junior high. You know I'm in junior high. That's my building, and I love my buildings, and I love my junior high kids. And I feel like at DPS, we do a great job. You know, elementary, we're really ramping the kids up. I feel like we lose a lot of our students at junior high, and I spend a lot of time in the junior high building, so I see a lot of things. So I'm really looking forward to expanding our programs there and seeing how we can get these kids participating more. I'm not sure what a lot of the gaps are, what a lot of the lack are, but like Cue the Music at EJ is not, you know, real active, and we just really need some content and stuff to get these kids involved. They want to be there, they want to do things, it's just like getting them in right. So, so I'm really excited to see what we have to build upon there and offer my services too, because I like this work, and I live downtown, and I'm downtown, and I certainly see a lot of our homeless kids and the needs out there. So as much as we can connect those services always, how do we do outreach to our kids to take advantage of these programs, our kids in group homes and all of those things? Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, we do also have a Title I-D grant neglected with Daybreak, where they supply those needs, but also McKinney-Vento covers Daybreak, your unaccompanied youth, and your homeless children. So for that group, we do have homeless liaison Christine Pruitt and an outreach specialist, Joanne Richardson. So they work with that population. The other programs that we have, such for middle school, seeming that collectively, I think between myself, Ms. Shane, and Mr. Jabber, we've only both collectively been here almost 3 months. So now that we, So now that we have all this information, now we can get down into the weeds with the schools to see what they're offering, what their barriers are. And Ms. Jabber, Mr. Jabber, and Ms. Sane have been working on various avenues with how we can get the feedback from principals and also from parents, because that's also part of their work. So I think collectively working in those areas, we can address those issues and see what we're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Board Member Reiner.
It's good to see you, Ms. Graham.
You too.
Welcome back. We're glad to have you. How long have we had the Cue the Music program at EJ Brown?
I am not sure with that. I'm gonna have to defer to.
This is the first year. I'm
No, we
so
had it
glad
last
to
year.
see that. That's fantastic. We've had it at Ruskin for so long, and it's such a good thing for our students there. That makes me so happy to see that we have that in our middle school. I'm so grateful for everybody who worked to put that in place. I would just also like to give you and your team and whoever is responsible for this. I can see that we have in 4 of our high schools and in 1 of our middle schools some sort of queer affirming groups, Gay Straight Alliance. They're called different things. I think that is fantastic. It speaks volumes about our community and how much we value the way that everybody comes to our DPS schools, and we accept them however they come. As a parent of a trans kid, for too long, knowing that, you know, the strongest Gay Straight Alliance was in Stivers, I saw people across this community who sought out sending their kids to Stivers just for that. And I'm so grateful that we have that in other schools too, so we can say, we have so many things for you. There are other places that you are welcome, and every student is welcome in our schools, and I'm just really grateful for everybody who's responsible for making a welcoming, affirming environment for those students. So
I agree with you. That just kind of help us piggyback on what the district is trying to do for equity. So that's diversity, equity, inclusion. So that's something we will dig in further to see what more we can do and how we can support.
Yes, thank you so much for this presentation, and thank you to your team.
Thank you. Any other? I had a couple myself. About how much money do we put into not we, because these, like you said, are federal grants, about how much money go into these after-school programs?
Well, with I can speak to the 21st century programs for that. With those grants, they could apply for a maximum of $200,000 for the grant, and it's a 5-year grant. And then by 3rd year, they start decreasing the grant by 25% for 21st century, because it's supposed to be seed money, so that you can sustain the program after that, because they don't want your sustainability plan to be as let's apply for another 21st century grant. So those are things I can tell you about that. And then for McKinney-Vento, they are paid from Title I. So we support that program with funds from Title I for the outreach specialist, the homeless liaison, and the required transportation for the students, and any other materials that they need and the families need to help secure them to come to school. So when they're enrolled, there is a needs assessment, so to speak, taken from them to see what the family needs are to make sure the students can successfully participate. For the other programs, they're not federally funded, so we'd have to dig in to see how they're funded and if federal funds can support them. If not, it's most likely from volunteer time and general fund.
Okay, the 21st Century Grant one, do you know generally about what year are we on?
All of them are pretty much on different years because we just got some new grants last year. And then we have, I think, Westwood and Kaiser maybe on year 3 or 4.
Okay.
So it's time for us to start talking about sustainability.
Right, that's my next ask to you. Like you just said, there's a little money.
It's required.
Yeah.
It is actually required to have those discussions about sustainability. And it may not be about sustaining the entire program. It may be parts of the program that we sustain.
Okay. My next question for you is, I know your team is new. You guys are all here, you said 3 months total, if we count you plus the 2 weeks and 2 days.
Right.
He didn't even say, he was like, I'm just here. I'm just happy to be on the team. A lot of these programs, I know when we approved to add one additional position, it was to assist with our existing coordinator. And my question more so is that Dr. Worley does the male of color and female of color initiative that also competes for attention after school as well. Ms. Worley does the family engagement as well as, I believe she was the lead on most of our after school programming. How does this team work with those teams?
Well, for right now, what we have been tackling is making sure Title I requirements have been met, because Title I has a parent and family engagement requirement of all of our schools. We have all of our schools are Title I school-wide, except for Rosa Parks, which is a target assistant building. We have some major requirements that we have to make sure that we have in place, and especially since we're going to have an on-site visit this year from the state. So that has been on the forefront to make sure that we meet those requirements for making sure all the schools have their annual meetings and making sure that we have, each school should have a school parent, they should have a parent involvement policy. They should have a school, they should have a school development plan or a family engagement plan. Yes, family engagement plan and a parent school compact. And these are things that should occur every year. So we have been divided and conquered because Shasta is working primarily with elementary. Khaled is working primarily with secondary. So we're slow walking all the principals down and meeting with them one-on-one to go through all of these requirements, see how we can support. And then another one of our biggest challenges that we're reestablishing the parent resource center and lending libraries in all of our buildings. So we're seeing what's available, what's there, and what resources are needed. So there'll probably be some collaboration with Ms. Worley, but it's not the same work.
Okay. I don't think, so you guys don't collaborate, is what I'm hearing.
Well, I only had them for 2 weeks, so.
Right, and like I see
So-
some of the, there's some, I know at Thurgood in particular, they had the cooking club, and I didn't see that on here, but it seemed to have a really good amount of participation in here, and I'm sure there's some other clubs that have been ongoing over the past year or two that I would hate to see us lose, because you guys, I mean, even when the org chart came out, it was a little weird to see you all separated when it seemed like your work would cross over in some ways.
And it will.
Yeah, so that piece right there of seeing, I don't want us to lose the momentum that we had on some of our successful programming because it didn't fall under what you guys are doing. When you have individuals who have been here who have some experience or more experience with whatever they've been going on, just seeing they were operating with one, Ms. Worley was operating with one person. So already this team has 2. We actually have 3 individuals in the district, which is, we've increased by sides over 100% here.
And trust me, we have enough parents and families to go
There
around.
is, and I just want to see that piece, because I would hate to see this side of the house be an island and Ms. Worley is still by herself. As
No,
if we
absolutely
didn't increase.
not.
So that is kind of, just want to see that, how you guys are actually going to cross and when you're going to cross, because even by the org chart, you're still by herself. And it's 3 now over here and 1 over there. And even Dr. Worley, which you guys are competing for students, essentially, because everyone who is trying to get people in their programs after school.
Well, I would
because
say we're not
everyone-
really competing for students. We're serving all the students, and if they can be involved in multiple programs and activities, we can do that. Because we also they also serve as the contact for our Title I Parent Advisory Council.
Who does?
Khaled and Shasta.
And
So
are your programs at different times as their programs?
all the programs already have their own time schedule, so I couldn't tell you when they are occurring, but I know the Title I Parent Advisory Council, they meet once a month from 9:30 to 12, and we work with them on how they can work with their parents in their buildings and make sure that they're aware of the Title I
Oh, I'm
requirements.
talking about the after-school programs.
After-school programs, we haven't touched after-school programs just yet. We just really recently just got the list, so now we know what work we can do, how we can collaborate with Ms. Worley, and how we can support one another.
Okay, and are you guys, hold on, I think you said you had a question. I can come back. Go ahead. Because I got something. Go ahead.
All right, with that list, and I think the President touched on it, there are definitely things that have been going on. And I think one of the things that I've seen even before being here, just having students in the district and family in the district, is that sometimes people move, ebbs and flows, and then things get lost, knowledge gets lost, a teacher moves over, so they don't have that program. And I think along with that list, I think if we can work, and Dr. Lawrence, I think I would ask for you to kind of help with that list, that lift of just gathering what is not only there, but what has been there. Because sometimes a program, you know, say at Dunbar, they'll have a program, that teacher leaves, those students still wanted to do this.
Absolutely.
They don't have that now, and then somebody else comes in a new position, and then it just drops. And then you have students there that not only had something, but that's even a tougher thing, is to no longer have something that was once there. And I think that's just something I've seen over the years, that ebb and flow of things not being able to firmly take root because a new thing comes. And then new directives come, and then something else happens. So I think not only just getting a sense of what's going on, but trying to figure out kind of, and maybe it's through the parents, maybe it's conversating with parents to not only see what's there, but what do they want to see, what has been there, and not even just in schools, but in our communities. You know, with the lack of having community centers, we don't have the recreational centers that we used to have. They used to have programming and things like understanding that piece. So I would want to lift that up, and I do think having just the community knowledge of the people in our district that do these things. You know, we have teachers that are now principals. We have principals that are now administrators. We have people all around the place that have knowledge of what goes on, who to talk to. And I think it would definitely bode the team well to really get in there and outside of just taking the list and putting it to the side, but talking to the people in the district and saying, hey, what has worked? What hasn't worked? Who do you know? Who can we talk to? And I think, because I would hate for you guys to get out here and start duplicating efforts and spinning your wheels and doing things that people have done and worked on. And I mean, you can ask Dr. Goodwine, she's in the community. You can reach out to us. We're around. So I would say I extend myself on that, but I've definitely asked to kind of look at stuff, because there are things that have been in buildings that are no longer there. There are things that people have wanted in buildings that we couldn't get done. So I think before you kind of finalize what's there, to do one last lap through to be able to see that. And then just to follow up with what Dr. Goodwine said, is that how do we make sure that we're utilizing the entire district? Because I think that the more we move, and, you know, we've created different pieces. We have a business manager now. We have different spaces. And so just getting in there and conversating and seeing what's there, how can we connect, and glad to see you back.
Thank you. And I appreciate that comment, because now it is 3 of our academic coordinators. There's a lot of work to be done, and we can divide and conquer and get it established.
That'd be
and get
great.
it completed.
It's a ton of work out here.
It is a lot of work, and we're just right now just trying to make sure that we have the best foundation, best practices, and a framework to make sure that it is successful and it works well for our students and families.
Okay, I have another question for you. So I see study tables on your side, and I've been asking, like, since the school year started, where this is housed at. Are you guys the ones that study table is housed with?
No, it is not. I will have to defer to.
Okay.
It's housed with us, and we are still compiling a list from principals. It just got started. We were talking about an athletic advisory committee around who's coming, who's mandated to come, who's not, who is actually coming. And so those supplementals were just taken care of the month before. So we're in the process of getting that information for you.
Thank you. If you can just tell me exactly, like, who's the point person over study table whenever you guys finalize that one? I feel like that's been our struggle for a long time, of getting a place that it is housed, that the matrix on the success or growth of it just needs a home. So So, but I saw one here and I was like, oh, fine, did we get it home? But it looks like, no, we still don't have one. Any other questions? Board Member Witt?
One more comment, thank you.
Yes.
Part of our subcommittee work last year that we established, we do have a student after-school committee activity group that we had gotten together. And we'd started some good information around Adventure Club and ideas and stuff. And I'd love to see that work continue, collaborate, and I think this is a great space to be able to implement and execute some of those things. So really looking forward to combining efforts there. And I think with regard to what Vice President Smith and President Goodwine were saying, I think in that realm, then that also gives that perspective to you as you're starting to, do the work that offers those maybe things that have been successful in the past that we feel like kids are looking for. Adventure Club is a big thing. Chief Dooley has a big Adventure Club idea, and who doesn't want to be part of an Adventure Club?
And our last parent advisory meeting, oddly enough, was at the Venture Central.
Right? It's perfect. I mean, every kid in the world would respond to adventure. Absolutely. So anyway, so there was some inspiring work that was done. So I look forward to working with the team. So thank you.
Thank you.
Board Member Lacy?
I see Cleveland has YMCA as a partner, but they don't seem to have any student clubs or student enrichment.
Student enrichment is part of the, are you talking about for the 21st Century program? You are, aren't you?
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at the different slides. I'm seeing Cleveland is listed as part of the 21st Century grant, but do they have, but then you have a list of what student clubs are at each school and what student enrichment is at each school, and you don't have anything for Cleveland?
Well, Cleveland has the 21st Century program with the YMCA, and they have to provide student enrichment, improve reading, positive youth development. So they have a lot of programs going on with the YMCA, SEL. So there's a lot of things going on, and I can give you an exact list of what that is if you would like to know what programming they're providing.
Yeah, I'm just noticing that it's not listed. But it is listed as part of YMCA, and I'm guessing, and as part of that, they do have after-school programs.
Yes, the 21st Century is an out-of-school time, after-school program.
And then are there no student clubs or student enrichment at Edison?
Not to my knowledge. We can dig into it to see if our information is complete.
Everybody goes home. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Nichols, I'm gonna see if you have anything. I don't want you to think we forgot about you down there.
Yes, I do.
There you go. You just got to raise your hand when you got a question, man. Go ahead.
I was waiting. I want to know, is there any leadership positions? Because I know my school, we have a student council, and I don't on the list. Is there a reason why isn't there?
Probably was overlooked when information was supplied to us, but we can make sure that when we have a complete list of all the out-of-school time, after-school programs, that we include everything.
Thank you.
And what school are you at, Mr. Nichols?
I'm at Middle.
Middledale, okay.
Gosh, here we go.
That'll blow his head up even more. All right,
Proud of Brother Nichols.
I believe those are all the questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, LaShawn. We appreciate you and welcome back again.
Your next presentation?
Our next presentation, Dr. Goodwine, is our academic action plan. What are we doing now, and what are we going to do to move forward, given all the data that's been supplied by Mindy Clark? I think you asked at the last meeting, what are the next steps? So here we are.
I'm excited to hear it.
Associate Superintendent Lisa Minor and Chief Academic Officer Akeisha Sheehy.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Interim Superintendent Dr. Lawrence, Board President Goodwine, Treasurer Abraha, board members, and viewing and visiting audience. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you our academic action plan. And as we get started, I just want to say it was a culmination of feedback from multiple stakeholders, from staff, students, and even community partners, because we believe achievement for all is definitely a part of the whole community. So we had feedback from our NAACP partners, Learn to Earn Dayton, and even Omega CDC, who are active partners that helped us put this message together. And of course, everything comes from the core of the 5 C's of culture, communication, collaboration, commitment, and competence. And as we move on, there are key partnerships and roles that we want to identify and actually explain. The roles and responsibilities of central office, building leadership, our teachers, our students, and families. So we'll move on to the next slide that really breaks it down. So central office, or we call it central services because we like to serve the buildings. What are our roles and responsibilities? Develop a vision and strategies that demonstrate a culture of high achievement, communicate the vision and strategies effectively. And so Dr. Lawrence will be going out in the community. He already has provided a video message to all staff, and there's several meetings where we're presenting this to all staff. Implement best practices for leadership and learning, focus on equitable resources, time, and differentiated support. So the time that it's going to take to make a change, we know school transformations take 3 to 5 years, so we're trying, and we've heard from tonight, we don't want to tire people out, but we want to be strategic and make these incremental changes. Systematically collect and analyze and share data. We'll be sharing data as we always do at board meetings, district leadership meetings, and also sharing it with the buildings. We want to promote a culture of care and make sure all stakeholders and even the voices we heard tonight feel that they're valued, and build a community of learners. So we're continuously learning. For building leadership, many of the same themes: cultivate a caring work environment. We expect them to drive positive school culture and strategies. So what do we do to increase or improve behaviors on the bus, behaviors in the building so everyone feels safe? Collaborate with families and community partners to raise student achievement, actively monitor and implement policies and procedures and routines, enhance instruction and boost student achievement, systematically collect, analyze, and share data, monitor for progress, and as always, fostering a community of learners. For our teachers, embrace all high expectations for all, create positive learning environments, collaborate with our families and communities, student achievement, implement policies, employ effective lesson planning and strategies, utilize highly effective teaching practices, systematically collect the data and monitor and share, as well as improve and build and sustain learning for all. For our students, their role: be respectful, build and sustain healthy relationships with peers and adults. We want them to be responsible, be on time, prepared and willing to learn, be safe, follow the district code of conduct consistently. We'd like them to be inquisitive, remain actively engaged, and be accountable for learning. Be reflective and monitor progress and adjust accordingly, to be their self, take ownership in learning. We'd like our students to be active participants, contributing to our community of learners. And our families, which we appreciate deeply, promote daily student attendance, prioritize day-to-day child learning, explore research-based methods to support strategies at home, embrace school engagement, participate in two-way communication. Today, Dr. Lawrence and I met with a focus group of parents, and they were giving us feedback on how we can improve two-way communication, so partnering with us, participating in conferences, and participate in school and district parent learning sessions, which we will be having several. We know that Ms. Worley has led several literacy parent engagements, but we'll be doing more on college career readiness as well as high school readiness. And so now Ms. Sheehy will come with setting the stage.
So we've set the responsibilities and roles and shared that And we want to be really clear about those expectations. And so now we're going to set the stage for high achievement by creating a culture of high achievement, having a lot of conversations and dialogues. And I may be one that is guilty of surveying and giving people opportunities to give feedback, creating high-quality professional development, quality instructional leadership, and we've done that through our Leadership Academy, and we will continue to work on that. High-quality instruction with our teachers, making sure that we are modeling and we are providing intensive support for that. Accountability and assessment, we really want to be accountable to our staff and our community, as well as our students. Parent and community engagement, which we've talked a lot about that, and creating positive school culture and climate. Again, we want to be accountable to our community, so how will we do that? We want to show our power matrix. So attendance, we have a goal of 95% for our staff and our students, and on this slide, you can see our baseline data. So we do have work to do, but we are going to be accountable. Our third grade reading proficiency, as well as our 8th grade math proficiency. So what does the metrics look like? The next slide will show how everything that we do goes into this focused metric. So for our culture and climate, we will be responsible by the percent of students reporting a safe and supportive school environment based on student and staff survey results. For third grade reading guarantee, the number of students that we prepare to be kindergarten ready, as evidenced by KRA data and other data points, as well as those individuals that we transition from off-track status to an on-track status. High school readiness is a focus. The number of suspensions and expulsions, and we are really diligently working on that, and we've seen a lot of progress thus far. Students completing 8th grade algebra, because we know how critical that is to graduation, as well as attendance percentages for our rising freshmen. Our next matrix is a freshman success, and we will calibrate that based on credits earned, end of course points, evidence of restorative practices that are being implemented, as well as culturally responsive practices. In our last bucket, college and career plans, the percentage of students that high school graduates accepted and enrolled in 2 or 4 year colleges, accepted in the military, earning industry credentials, or employed in high demand fields. All of these are areas that everything that we do is clearly focused around. So our action steps. For attendance, we've increased all attendance clerks to a minimum of a 6-hour workday. On these action steps, if you see a check, that means we are already implementing these practices. We've expanded the truancy officer team from 2 to 3 members. We have building-based attendance teams and coaches, and every building will have an attendance plan. For culture and climate, we are implementing restorative practices. We will offer mental health wraparound services. We've already launched the Leadership Academy. We are currently establishing a plethora of high-quality staff professional developments, supports, including team building, DEI, and customer service. For the third grade reading, we are mandating science of reading training for pre-K through 8 students, principals, and paraprofessionals to be completed by the 2025-2026 school year. We are creating model classrooms, establishing pre-K through 12 targeted professional learning communities, early literacy community action tours. All children can read. reevaluating the curriculum materials and resources, being very transparent in our reporting of all data, and using data to drive our decision-making.
So I'll be going over the freshman success rate as one of our action steps. We will be providing a summer bridge program for all incoming middle school students to high school freshmen for the 24-25 school year. Last week, we saw data that showed the number of students at risk of not graduating. This will impact that number. Our goal is to make sure when our freshmen enter their high school, they're comfortable, they have met the staff, and they know scheduling and things that are very specific to being a freshman, which is so different than the K-8 environment. Implement an advisory and mentoring program for all freshmen, making sure each one has a buddy system, a mentor, someone who can work with them when they're having those challenges. That's the most critical year. Appoint success coaches for both middle and high school. We know they work on that chronically absenteeism rate that is so important, and hire resiliency coordinators and mental health therapists. We will continue that. High school readiness. So what are some other things we need to do? We need to close the gap on our math scores, delivering differentiated K through 12 math professional development, which has happened and is ongoing. Implement instruction to achieve incremental annual increases in 8th grade algebra success by 24-25. So all of the metrics that we've identified, we will make public for the community so they can see how we're making progress. This will be a living document that we can monitor as we go. Mandate the youth science assessment for all 7th and 8th grade students. That's an assessment like a survey that helps to identify, helps students to understand what their competencies are, what type of career they're most likely to enjoy, be interested in, and gives us a starting point to expose them to multiple careers that they may be interested in. Then we can develop a pathway for each individual child. So it's almost, a lot of our kids don't have exposure to multiple careers and opportunities, and the youth science assessment will help us get that started. So that's something that's in process now. Offer targeted resiliency skills development for 7th and 8th grade students. In addition to academic success, we know the impact of resiliency for students thriving in school and beyond. We have data on a targeted cohort of students that actually tells us their metric or their rating on whether they value education, have academic confidence, connectedness, stress management, health and well-being, and intrinsic motivation. We have a survey that identifies where they are, and we also have a targeted curriculum to address that, because we know we're providing a lot of pathways and opportunities, but we need to make sure every child has those resiliency skills. We will provide focused guidance counseling to prepare students for high school readiness, host parent and engagement sessions on high school readiness, build collaborative parent and community partnerships to enhance those readiness skills, and all of that has begun to happen. College and career readiness. How can we guarantee all of our graduates are successful beyond high school? Ensure that all 8th through 12th grade students have graduation success plans started by 24-25 school year. And there's on the ODE website, a graduation plan that outlines every step they need to take, making sure they know that before they get to the freshman year so they know what they have to do. offer internships, job shadowing, apprenticeship, and experiential opportunities. Our goal is to provide multiple career experience opportunities, and we have several partners working with our staff to make sure they have opportunities. Some of the most recent partnerships that we've been meeting with is the Westtown Community Workforce Development Center. And they're wanting to work with Thurgood Marshall High School students and others to actually start their IT career. They'll get a foundation of IT certification, and then will be qualified to have an apprenticeship with Montgomery County to work in IT. What's so exciting for us, because this is about community, they're offering that to our students and their parents, whoever would like to enter the IT field. This is about closing the gap for underserved communities. That's one of them. Another partnership that we're excited about is Ms. Graham. One of the big jobs she did was partner with the City of Dayton Water Department, and they've actually completed a grant where our students at Ponence in the biotech program, once the grant goes through, can have internships with the water department for the city. And that's a high demand field. They're worried about the retirees and they need people to come. So those are just a few examples. Make equitable college prep and scholarship opportunities available for all students. Where are advanced placement classes? Are they at all high schools or just some high schools? Do we have quality career tech programming in all high schools? These are things we're looking at and we'll be monitoring and making a change. Continue to establish career pathways and pipelines. We have over 80 career pathways right now, but we still are growing more. Organize college tours for students at all grade levels. We are very interested in the careers and the industry, but we also want to push college for those students that's for them. So making sure all our students have college tours. That's another one of our goals. And so that completes our plan. And as I said, our district leadership team will be working from these metrics and communicating the work to our building leadership teams and then rolling it to the teacher teams. We don't want anyone left out, and we need everybody's voice to be heard. And so you'll hear reports on where we are. We'll be posting it. That's something some of the community partners said, show us what progress you're making. So those are things that we will be doing. So questions?
Thank you. Board Member, Vice President Smith. Did you raise your hand? No, there's a couple people.
Yeah, if they wanna go.
Board Member Wiggs, then Dr. Pickett, then Smith.
Yeah, I can go after you.
I'm first?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. This is so exciting, honestly. Yeah, beautiful presentation. Thank you. Really looking forward to the work. I'm still back at junior high.
Yes,
I'm going to junior high.
that's right.
So I'm grateful for the intention around building that human and the science and all of that opportunity. On the pieces of, we can't teach the kids, we can't help them, change them. We have them there in attendances, certainly, and I love the attendance goals. I'd love to see, are we making home calls? I mean, on a daily basis. Why are kids not in school? And we have an interim superintendent who's known to make home visits and those sorts of things.
Yes.
And how we'll be encouraging our team to really take ownership of this work in a way that, to help you do your work. So I'm just really, I'm very excited about it. Thank you for the beautiful work. Really, it was lovely.
Thank you.
I'll just, on that note, like I said, we've seen large increases in our attendance thus far since we've been really intentional about it. Our success coaches, along with our truancy team, they're not called that anymore. Excuse me I don't want them to be upset. But They have been doing more visits, along with Omega CDC. They partner with us as well, doing home visits, knocking on doors to really improve attendance. So
Right.
we're excited about all of the support around that.
I appreciate that. I was at E.J. Brown before, on, what day is this? It's Tuesday, Friday dismissal, and we had a dodgeball tournament. And though it was so good, you guys, and I encouraged our principal, I said, look, can we have this every week based on attendance, based on behavior, based on this? And he gave me a little bit of like, I don't know if we can do it every week, but I am serious. Those kids were so engaged, the SRO officers. Kudos to the, I think, science teacher on the second floor who managed the whole dodgeball tournament. And it was a great energy outlet for those kids. A couple of the SROs really enjoyed throwing some of those dodgeballs at those kids. So, and vice versa, honestly. It was really a lovely exchange. So I mentioned that because there are so many simple models that we can implement to inspire kids to be there, and I think that's certainly one of them. So, yeah.
Down to you, Dr. Pickett.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have two questions for you. The first one is, how did you decide your power metrics? Because, I mean, third-year guarantee from 33 to 65 is quite ambitious. I would like to know why you chose that number and how you plan to meet that number and how long it's going to take you to meet that number. And also, how many resilience coordinators do we have in mental health therapists in the district?
So the metrics came from a lot of collaboration and feedback based on the work that we've been doing. And we kind of talked about the reporting on our last report card, and there were a lot of mistakes made there, and so we had to really kind of dig into our current baseline data. And this is we call them big, hairy goals, but we're not afraid to tackle that. We've really worked, we're getting ready to do some cohorts in third grade reading guarantee, and we have a lot of support around it. So we're gonna work as hard as we possibly can. We're gonna leave it all on the field at the end of the year. We're gonna put everything we have into it. And even if we don't meet the metrics, we're going to try our very best. With regards to resiliency, we have resiliency coordinators in every building. And we are working on additional mental health supports. We just had a meeting today around how we can provide those supports and the community supports that we can get around that. So we are definitely building on those wraparound services.
Are you saying that we have one resilient coordinator per building?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So how many do we have total?
Is it 26 resiliency coordinators.
Okay, and how many students do they serve a day?
So we've been talking about that. We have we've asked them to have at least a caseload of 25 students in the building.
Okay.
And we have the resiliency coordinator in every building. We have mental health therapists also that share between two buildings. So 2 days a week, you'd have a mental health therapist for kids that need more intensive help. But then every day, that resiliency coordinator's there.
Thank you.
And there are other therapeutic supports that we've had previously in the district that we're really trying to get back. Some of the issues that we've had, that we've heard about today, behaviors, YCAT services that we used to have in the primary, we're really working trying to get all of those services back for our students.
Thank you.
Vice President Smith.
Thank you. Appreciate you both for this. I will start by saying, and this is my belief on this, and as we move into this, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if we want to go far, we have to bring people. And I think that is where I think if we're going to go far, we have to look at how are we bringing everybody along with this. And I say that because I, for one, want to say I appreciate having lofty goals. I think for too long in urban districts, we look at and we think with this deficit mindset, and so we appreciate incremental and incidental growth. And, you know, we look at it and then we don't really put in things that kind of help us go far. We end up looking at our students like they cannot do. And so I appreciate having lofty goals. I really do. I think where I would want is to see how are we making sure that the things that we put in this plan are, one, happening, two, happening with fidelity, and then three, I think when you look at these, I kind of look at them like a Rubik's Cube. You know, you move something, but it also shifts another row of things. And I think I would put that out there. I think that especially with so many new pieces in our district and leadership and in different cabinet and different roles, looking at how do we make sure that there isn't this constant head swiveling. Okay, this is new. How long is this going to be? How long are we going to do this? How does this change where I'm at? Because I think there's a benefit in wanting to do things and wanting to change things quickly, but I think how are we going to making sure we implement it in a way that makes people feel like they're part of it, and not part of just the success, but part of like I'm being heard, or even if somebody says, hold on, I may need help implementing this. What does this look like? I also would say this kind of thing benefits our community if we can somehow find a way to make this achievement plan be interactive in a way. To where if I'm a parent, you know, if I'm a parent, well, I'm not, if I am, but looking at it, if I can go online and go through and see these things that you say, these are what we're trying to do, what does it look like? You know, if we say we want to put these internships, I should be able to go in there and click and see opportunities for my child. If we have, okay, if you're saying cultural high achievement, what if I'm a parent and I have a second grader, what tools as a second grade parent should I be learning? Like going through and making sure that this entire plan, if this is what we're moving forward and doing, making it so it's accessible. Because every parent's not watching this. Every parent's not going to go into the building and look, but every parent, if we kind of, that I think is if we're creating that culture of all of these things, like how are we accountable? What number of students are kindergarten? What does it look like to be kindergarten ready? Like we talk about these things, but we don't truly go and tell a parent, this is what it truly means for your child to be kindergarten ready. And so I think we get into these spaces and we talk about plans and then we end up here. And so we talk about plans, but then in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, but I know we want to create this culture, but yet I just have 3-4 bus drivers call me and say that a student hit them or a parent got on the bus and threatened them. Like, how are we moving this piece if we can't get those pieces? How are we making this be a whole piece? So I think getting all these people together to say, this is our plan, putting it together, getting with, you know, our PIO team, they're wonderful, I always love shouting them out, and finding out a way to make this a real living document. Like, you know, how is this? If we talk about we want to get attendance up, what does it look like? What are some of the tools there? What are some of the resources there? If I'm a parent, my child is turning this age, how do I know how to get them the, driving exam information? Like finding a way to be a resource for our parents there. I think that would be a beautiful thing, and I think it would afford us the time, because I think it takes time. I think if we can make this a living document, it gives us time to make sure that we're getting with stakeholders. Because I think getting with people to understand that they're part of this is the thing. I think too many times people hear something and then like they think, oh, it's the first time I've heard of it. Or that's the first time I've saw that. And even if it's been there, or even if somebody's already talked about it, getting people to be a part of it. Like, so I think that is my big thing there, because I see all these things and it makes me go, well, okay, how do we know it's going to work? But then more importantly, like the things that are on here, like the check marks, how do we know those are things being implemented, correct? But then how can we then go around and say, okay, these have been implemented, but this is working? Like that double feedback loop of learning, of saying, okay, we implemented this, but then how is it working? How is it not working? How are we selecting the metrics to make it work? So I know that was a lot, but the main takeaway is I think if we can take the time to make this a living document and actually put some meat behind it, it then affords us the time to get with people so we can have rapid change, but a measured pace of actually putting it out there to get everybody on board.
Board
really
Member Smith,
great
we-
idea. Oh, I'm
Yeah, we
sorry.
agree with you wholeheartedly. We definitely can step in and execute that. And I just want to say that to the piece around input, Keisha and Lisa, or Associate Soup Minor and the Chief Academic Officer, have been out to schools. The one I can remember is Horace Mann, to actually sit down with teachers and have lunch and say, how is the speed of implementation? How do you feel about what we're doing? What are some things you'd like to give us in terms of input? And then as a team, we typically blanket the district every day. All of us are in buildings, and when you're in buildings and you work in central office and you have the positions and titles we have, people stop you all the time informally. And then we come back and kind of rally up and say, hey, where are we in this space? And then I read a post today that talked about, hey, if I hear fidelity from them one more time, I'm gonna go crazy. And that's the question I ask all the time after we have the conversation, who's really doing it? I was talking about that last week, wasn't I? I said, is this really happening? And so your points are well-spoken and prescient as usual.
Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. First, thank you for this presentation. I have a couple questions, if I may. Associate Superintendent Minor, if you can tell me, you mentioned parent groups. How will those, what is the focus, what is the goal for these parent groups, and how will they be implemented?
So our goal is to communicate with our parents continuously. Superintendent will be going out on his road tour presenting to families at various schools, similar to at the beginning of the year. That's one thing that will happen. Another thing, all of these metrics, we need to be able to communicate with parents to make sure they're aware, as Board Member Smith was describing, what does kindergarten readiness look like? So as you know, we have outreach coordinators that we heard from tonight, Ms. Worley, who's still going out doing her literacy. Kindergarten readiness parent engagement night, high school readiness parent engagement night, college credit plus, and all of those things that we want all of our children to be able to benefit from, making sure parents are invited to all of those milestones and the metrics that are aligned. So we're communicating where we are, but then giving parents details about how they can be involved with making sure their child even has the opportunity to participate. We want every child to have access, and we know things like that haven't always been equitable. So the parent engagement focus groups of them telling us, like today we met with a group of parents and they told us about two-way communication and what Parent Square works and how it sometimes falls off with sports or whatever. So all of those are going to be ways that we increase or engage our families, just making sure they're aware.
Got it. A couple more questions, if I may, Madam President.
Only one after you is me, so go ahead.
All right. In slide 8, we're talking about the power metrics. Is there, I know this says goal 3, more than 40% of 8th graders proficient in math. Is there, I know that it's going to be a focus, but is there an expectation to also increase that reading piece? I know we focus on 3rd grade, but we do know that there's a deficit in reading even at that middle school. Is there a goal that will increase math and reading simultaneously, or is the focus math for 8th grade?
Yeah, we want to increase all grades, all areas. This is for the sake of some of those metrics that keep our kids from graduating. And there's a lot of research around the importance of Algebra 1. So that's why that is, but that doesn't mean we're not looking at everything. But for the reporting out and this plan, those are the key milestones we're looking at.
Understood. Thank you so much.
Because previously, if you see on here, we're getting all of our reading teachers, science of reading. Science.
Got it. And then can you help me, this is the second time we've heard about the freshman summer bridge. I'm excited about the freshman summer bridge. What will that all entail? The little bit you can share now, because I know you're still planning. What is the goal of the freshman summer bridge?
So freshman summer bridge is going to be an introduction, like she said, to make sure that they understand what's going to be necessary for high school. For instance, today we were meeting with one of the individuals that'll be working this program. But making sure, because when students come from elementary or junior high, they don't understand the concept of credits. And so we have to walk them through those things. Being an advocate for themselves in the classroom, what does that look like? The resiliency, study skills, all of those things, getting acclimated to the building, getting acclimated to the staff, what transitions look like. All of those things are different from elementary to junior high and from junior high to high school. When we did the survey, we saw a lot of stress. Our students are stressed from peers, from the environment. And so we have to do a better job at preparing them and eliminating some of that stress and having conversations with them to figure out where the stress is coming from. And so I think if we can do some of that and mitigate some of that, they will have a much better experience.
Board Member Sampson, we also met with all the, speaking of teacher buy-in, we met with all the high school department chairs, and they were more than willing to give us feedback on what freshmen need to transition. More than willing. So speaking of teacher buy-in, they had a lot to say.
Got it. Thank you so much. And then this is not a question, it's more of a comment. It is exciting to see that what was formerly called truancy is growing. I think it's now the Office of Attendance Intervention and Support. I think I got it. Yeah. So it's exciting to hear that that team is growing. I'm definitely excited to hear that. And then my last question is, there was this goal of attendance of 95% for staff and students. Can somebody, if you don't know it now, tell me what our attendance is now for staff and what is the attendance now for students in the district?
I can say last week, Thurgood Marshall Cougar staff were 95%. They were #1 in the district. We'll have to get you that information for all the schools.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay. I have a slew of questions for you all. Appreciate you guys coming out and reporting for us. They're rocking back and forth. All right. So my first one, I want to follow up on one of Board Member Sampson's question regarding the freshman program coming in. Have you guys thought about how you're going to compete with working opportunities? Because at 14, you're eligible to be in youth work. So if I can make money in the world we live in right now, it's a real thing right now. And the workforce is getting smaller and younger with the lack of individuals. But just how we're going to overcome individuals who have the opportunity to go work for 4 hours a day versus coming here.
Well, that's a great issue for us to think about. The first thing is to make sure every student has an awareness of what they need to do to graduate. And with that, we're going to use a tool that is with the Ohio Department of Ed website, a graduation success plan, so they know exactly how many credits, whether they're in the pathways or not. Speaking of which, if they are motivated to work, we will be able to offer them some type of industry credentials that could hopefully give them more motivation to come to school, to earn more money. We also can do a credit flex program where they could get some work-based learning credits while they're in school. So if there's a sensitive situation with every kid having their own plan, having their own graduation plan, that's part of that summer bridge program, that they'll fill that out. If they're working, we'll look and see if there's any way we can give them a modified schedule.
Yeah, that's the part right there. That's the part you want to think about is modifying the schedule,
flex,
because at 14, you
with
working.
all the pathways, we can probably do that, but that would be customized per child.
Our goal, Dr. Goodwin, is to get ahead of this and publish the schedule as early as possible so that parents and kids can make adjustments, but those that can't, we'll work diligently to figure out some type of alternative pathway for them to be able to get that information.
Thank you. Okay, down my list of things. So I want to back up because I have to understand some district terminology because I think I have a different definition than what the district has on some things. So I just wanted to ask, what is the district definition of equity?
That's a good question. So I personally, I would say that equity means that the individuals that need something get it, right? It's different for everybody. So we're assessing individual needs to determine what you need. So to me, that's what equity is. We give you what you need, not what everybody has or what we have to offer.
Okay, so that's what we're going on in different, because, okay. So with that one, looking back at the power matrix model here, looking at the third grade proficient in reading part, knowing love aggressive rates and all, but I am interested on what your individual school goals are for them, like knowing schools like Fairview and Westwood in our last report card were our lowest, where a school as Eastmont was our highest. So if we're gonna go with an equity model here, and I see what's in there, I don't think that Eastmont and Fairview are going to need the same things because they're already starting at two different points. And that piece right there of knowing that Fairview and Westwood, just as the examples that are on top of my head, probably need more to even get closer to the 65% than Eastmont would have needed, because Eastmont is already ahead of them on the curve in the current standings of where we are right now. So I am interested on, like, I know you guys gave us an overview of everything, but those individual points and those individual things that are coming to each school based on where they are today and where you're trying to get them to in the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. I mean, even asking for a 5-year plan of what you're going to see there. So I am interested to see. So let me ask first, do you guys have kind of these matrix broken down based on the needs of the schools as they stand today?
Yes, we have our schools tiered, and you just happened to mention just what you said. We're very, very aware of that. As a matter of fact, this week, we did a lot of planning for those two buildings alone. When we talked about the model classrooms, those are some of the buildings that will get those supports first, and we're already in preparation and already supporting them.
So let me ask a second question or another question on that one. I am one board member, which they all know right now. I believe in testing things before you completely commit to doing something. So my question is, even knowing with the 27 buildings that we have right now and the plans that you guys are having, and even hearing from the DEA president today, where are you guys testing these concepts before you roll them out to everyone? And are you even testing them before are you just going, we all starting here and seeing what happens?
So we're starting where we are. So this plan came out of trying to be very simplistic and not overloading the system. So we looked at our strategic plan, and there were so many things that the strategic plan said that we should be doing. And we can't do all of those things well. We need to really focus on the things that are going to be the most impactful. And right now, I think we've kind of gotten off track, and we really need to focus on instruction. So all of these things that are going on in the instructional realm, we've tried to kind of pause and get back to foundation. We've been throwing money at things and throwing money at problems, and it's not solving it. We're still in the same situation. We want to be very simplistic in our approach and pouring into our people, empowering them, and building their capacity. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to peel these layers away, all of these programs, all of this curriculum, all of these things, and empower the people. So we're not doing new things.
No, I get that. My question again is, where are you testing it out? So like, everything costs us something to do no matter what day it is, whether it's paying the labor cost, the material cost, the time and effort put into it, all that. Again, are you testing this concept anywhere in our district? Knowing that, again, we just talked about what equity is, and knowing how schools are at different places, some have similar situations. But if this, like, I hope everything you guys do works. That is the goal, ultimately. But if it doesn't work, where are you grabbing that data for you to improve in year 2? And how are you gonna be able to make those shifts knowing that I tested this concept in this quadrant, this one in that quadrant, or whatever you guys doing?
So we do have differentiated supports for our schools based on their performance. We're actually required to do that and have building plans that outline that, and that's through state and federal grants when we talk about allocations to buildings. And that's one of those things that we must do. So there's certain buildings, because of their academic achievement, we're going to pour more resources in to make sure that it's equitable, and they have an opportunity to grow. This is a living document, and it's an improvement plan that we will be monitoring it monthly and making adjustments. And we've heard a lot about how do you know it's working. We're going to collect the data every single month, or even at least when the benchmarking periods come through every other month, and make adjustments along the way. Some of the buildings that are low performing, we automatically have to provide either additional resources, supports, tutoring, after school, targeted things that we'll be doing. This is a general district plan that we'll be doing across the board, but we'll be monitoring its impact more than just twice a year when the state report card comes in. It's going to happen ongoing.
So can I just request for myself the individual building plans? Because I think that's what I'm asking you more so for.
Individual,
to
there will
see,
be building plans.
like what you're doing
Where-
with the
yep.
buildings. based
Each
on that.
building and what they're doing differently based on their data.
Okay.
They have to do that per Title I, though.
We have
It's part
to.
of the CCIP.
Yeah, we're required to.
Yeah, it's required by law.
I hear you guys. There's a lot of things in this district we're supposed to do required by law, yet we are still a failing district. So I hear you when you say that, but I think you guys' favorite word is fidelity right now. It just doesn't happen. And again, repeating the same things, going like, I want to see you all be successful. That is the goal, I hope, for everybody who is sitting in this room right now, as well as every parent or guardian that entrusts their child in this district to do that. Unfortunately, our past data has shown things that are required by law don't necessarily equate to success for the individual that they are supposed to be serving. So it is my hope that this iteration is better than we have been in the last iteration. Next question for you. On the high school piece right here, I'm actually really interested knowing that we live in a very, like post-COVID has been a different world. There are more children today who want to grow up to be influencers than a doctor, than an engineer, I think I heard mentioned earlier, than a nurse, than a social worker. And I see attendance is a goal for us right now. How is the shift here or the action plan actually working to make school someplace that these children want to be in? Where, and you know, as everyone in this room who has been around any child in the last year, you know, competing with an iPad and a book is a hard battle right there, where the iPad wins 95% of the time unless some discipline is in there for a person to do it. So just really with this live document, how are you guys making that shift that they want to come, not necessarily just because someone is forcing them, but they don't want to miss what's happening next, because it is on the world that they live in right now, as well as on par with the skills that they need to go on to be more successful.
Well, I can speak to my experiences with at-risk youth, middle school through high school, that don't want to come to school. You know, they're not motivated. Providing opportunities that are different and outside the box, industry credentials, which there's several, and making sure these students know that it's a possibility by working their individual success plan. We do have programming that's at the next level, such as the gaming program that's at Meadowdale Career Tech, engineering and gaming, the robotics, things that are for this generation that they're interested in, making sure all our children know that these are opportunities for them to exist, knowing that we can go to the West Town Center and in 12 weeks get an entry-level IT position with Montgomery County, and there's no limit to the age, so you could be 16 or 17. Those are the kind of things, as long as our children know, that's going to motivate them to want to come. Whether it's phlebotomy, whether it's healthcare, whether it's gaming, whether it's working with the water department, a lot of times our kids don't understand the opportunities, or we're not, and that's an equity thing, making sure all children, that's what we said, everyone achieves, no matter where they come from, have opportunities to do this. A lot of times kids get bored with school because they don't see a purpose or a pathway for them. We need every child to feel that they have a future and a positive future.
Okay, thank you. I can wait. I'll go ahead and pass it over to you. Go ahead, Dr.
Thank you. I just have a question for Ms. Sheehy, because you mentioned something about the strategic planning, and to me, a strategic planning it's a blueprint. It's the instructions on why we do what we do and how we do it. And so, but you mentioned that there's a lot of things that are unrealistic there, or something to that nature.
No, not unrealistic. It's very comprehensive. And right now, we're in, for lack of a better word, crisis, and we've come in right in the midst, right? And so we need to show progress right here and right now. So we need something that's very simple, very focused, that we can work on achieving, that's going to impact our community immediately. And so the strategic plan, and I was here when that strategic plan was written, and I was part of that. Team. But right now, until we can go through as a district and do it properly, we still need to be accountable for something. And so this focused plan that's really simple, that's going to get to the heart of what we do every day, I think is important for us to do right now.
Thank you.
And that's going to get our teachers on board. Everybody is focused on this work, something that they can understand. It's not a lot for them. You heard people are overwhelmed. The things that you're doing right now make an impact, and that's what this plan is.
All right, back to me. Welcome back. So we're a little bit behind here on approving our program. Actually, we're way behind. This probably should have been approved in March, and it's like November right now, the program of studies. And I'm just gonna make this request right now that it does appear at our next meeting too, because at this juncture, you will hope to see some of the things that you guys are talking about in the version right now, as well as you starting to plan for the future. Because even as you talked about the IT program that you're telling children probably throughout the district, but specifically you mentioned Thurgood. I don't know if you guys are aware because you weren't here. We tried last year, I believe, to start an IT program at Thurgood by sending two of our teachers through a program at some school. I don't remember what school it was. They were unsuccessful at that one, which ultimately that program didn't come to an existence. But to continue to have a STEM school that has very limited STEM programming is an issue. I mean, I believe it's moving as fast as it can right now, but that piece right there of going to my question for you of how are you making sure, or how, not even making sure, because you can't really make sure, you're trying. We're all guessing and hoping that these things work. But it's putting some things in play that people want to come here and do. And I mean, there's a ton of things right now. Everything that kids touch and use today has some level of technology in it. They are not sitting here just writing their deep thoughts down in a notebook and holding on to it. They actually get offended when you don't read their thoughts, which is super weird in the world we live in right now. But yeah, I thank you guys for that. So I do look forward to, and Dr. Lawrence just put in this request for us to get the updated program of study, because we are currently operating without one, which we shouldn't be, and that is on us as a board for failing to make sure that that happens and bring forward. But are there any other questions? Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lawrence, your first recommendation.
Oh, how
Sorry.
about, excuse me.
I'm sorry, I skipped that. Let's go
Excuse me,
back.
excuse me.
Go ahead.
Hearing of the public?
That's exactly what he just told me. Let's do that. Hearing of the public. Do we have anyone registered to speak?
Yes.
Oh, I have to read something. Give me 1 second. I got to get back to that screen. All right. I'd like to let you know that Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. There is a clock behind me that has a timer on it to tell you that one. The president has the discretion to extend the time. When your time is up, please stop speaking. When you come to the podium, please state your name and address. It is inappropriate to address any matter involving pending disputes, grievances under a labor agreement, discipline actions involving an employer or student, ongoing labor negotiations, concerns or matters that have already been settled, and or any matter which, because of its nature, is deemed appropriate to be discussed in executive session. The purpose of the public hearing portion of the meeting is for members of the public to express viewpoints on and public concerns. All right, go ahead. Whoever-
Georgia Cox.
There weren't enough copies.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am Georgia Cox, 4191 Maple Leaf Drive in Dayton, Ohio. I am here on a concern. I was here 2 years ago to ask. I am no longer an employee, but I used to be an employee here. Something happened and my reputation has been tarred. And I came then and asked, because it started right here at the district level and at the board level and nothing was done. And it needed to start here. And I was appalled with what happened then. Back many years ago, there were these board members still sitting here who were coming aboard and, you know, talked about transparency and leadership, and two of them had special needs students. And so I thought I was going to get some understanding. There would be some context for what I was going to talk about. And not one person asked a question. I see where today that at least somebody asked questions. I thought, well, you know, maybe nobody asked questions. Joe Lacey, you were on the board when, in 2012, I was falsely accused of assaulting a student. Never happened. There was supposed to be an investigation. I went to school one day to work with a student at Middledale High School after serving many years at Thurgood Marshall. I see people here who know I had a good, exceptional teacher, controller. I was your special ed building rep. I was a building rep for the teachers. After facing a lot of tension at Thurgood to where my students were having to defend me against the administration, I asked for a transfer because students should not be having to come against the administration for picking on their teacher. I got a transfer in 7 weeks. Mr. Neal left. I got to there and they asked me to be their building lead, and it was like an automatic setup. Next thing, I'm lied on. Dayton was supposed to be conducting an investigation of the truth of that matter. Do you know this is 11 years later? Nobody has talked to me. No one. I pointed that out that time. Nothing. But I am here today because I need my reputation. If you guys, I was a good teacher, but you don't appreciate good teachers. People try to recruit me in other districts, but I thought I would stay true to Dayton. It didn't pay off. I am a realtor now. But the record that Dayton gave me is on the internet. I'm not interested in expungement. I'm not interested in a pardon. I did not assault a student. But I am here, Mr. Lawrence. You're talking about communication. You're talking about transparency, whatnot. I didn't want to do this. I called the office, the superintendent's office. I wanted a meeting with you privately because I've had enough of sympathy in the public for feeling pity for not supposed to give this to the treasurer. Pass this down. I just have copies for the 7 board members. I don't understand how I, who did nothing.
Excuse me, your time has expired.
Okay, well, you have those records. Okay. And people in the public know.
Ms. Gum,
Mr. Lawrence was
you can set
involved
up-
in 2 student assaults.
You can set up a
And
meeting
how
with
he can be sitting up here. People
Set up a
know.
meeting with her.
And it's part of the problem you're having because there are
We'll set
children
up a
out
meeting
there
with
who are now adults who know you have no credibility.
Ken Hayes.
Good evening, everybody.
Good
My name
evening.
is Ken Hayes. I live at 728 Wellmeyer Avenue, Dayton, Ohio. And I just have a few comments regarding the superintendent search. So I had the ability to go to the in-person and the online forums for the superintendent search from the Alma Group. Obviously, the search is a contentious one among public, and that many people support the search, many people do not. But having gone to both the in-person and online meetings and spoken with a number of people who have done the same or been unable to do the same, the one thing that most people who I've spoken with have agreed on is that it has not been a very clear search, and that there are a number of details of the process that have been frustrating to the parents, the community, and that, for example, when we attended the forums for the parents, there were questions regarding the process and the outline of the overall process, and the feedback tended to be from the Alma Group that the questions about the process should come to the board. And part of the problem with that is that there has not been much outreach from the board or from whatever group the board designates for the public to talk about the process itself. And there was some confusion regarding what the goals were for each of the steps, what each of the steps were, et cetera. For instance, at the online forum last week, it was unknown to most of the community members there that the job posting had already gone live for the search and that it was out, and that it was not very easy to get a hold of. And so the one kudos to Alex Kincaid. She was at that meeting, and I requested that that job posting be posted on the website. And the next day, that was posted for the community to be able to see. So that was good. I would like to make a couple of quick requests for how this proceeds moving forward. One, I think it would be beneficial to have some sort of community forum with you all, not with the Alma Group, regarding the process itself, because at all of the ones that I attended, there was a lot of confusion and unanswered questions, and I don't think one parent or one community member reaching out and getting those answers is going to help the larger community get those kinds of answers. And I think something where the community can get a better understanding of what this process is and how it's going to work for the future would be beneficial. The second one is to have some sort of update on the progress for the search. There's sort of the vague month-by-month outline of posting the search, getting the community feedback, doing those sorts of things. But the last we heard at the forum, the Alma Group is going to present to you all their findings at some point, but we weren't really given an idea of what that point is. And
It's your time, Mr. Hayes. I'll let you get your final thought out.
Yeah, final thought. So having some sort of forum for the community to talk about the process itself, not just the what they're seeing for the candidate. The second thing is either something on the website that gives an update of where we are in that process, or at the meetings, not from the Alma Group, but from the board, saying this is what has happened since the last meeting, and this is what we expect to happen by the next meeting, so that there's some kind of information coming to the public that gives a more concrete understanding of where we are in that process.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
Miss Mario.
Good evening. I had actually not intended to speak this evening, but when I got here and checked the board agenda and saw what had been added to the agenda between the time I left my home at 5:30 and set up here at 5:45, I felt I should take advantage of this opportunity. So I'm really not as prepared and polished as I normally would be.
Can you say your name and stuff for the record, please?
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's Mario, 40 Gebhardt Street, Dayton, Ohio.
Thank you.
So I noticed that several policies have been put on the agenda for first and second reading this evening. One of them is under its own heading, and it's DFE, DFEA, gate receipts and admissions, free admissions, which was actually approved by this board on September 12th. And at that point, it was giving free admissions to students at their home school when there was a game. And that went through policy committee. Oh, and you may not be aware, my schedule has permitted me to attend policy committee's meetings since August. And it's been quite interesting. But I know that that went through policy committee. It came onto the board. It had a first reading, it had a second reading, and was approved on September 12th. It is back now tonight for first and second reading with the changes that only 10% of the student body will be eligible to attend home games at no charge. And there is a whole section talking about how there is going to be criteria to allow students to attend without parents. Hasn't gone through policy committee. Showed up here tonight between 5:30 and 5:45. I think that would be a policy that people would be interested in learning about and possibly commenting about before the board votes to approve. The second one is actually under Dr. Goodwine's title, and it is two policies that came before policy committee last week, talking about board relationships with the treasurer and business manager. At that committee meeting, the discussion lasted about 3 minutes. It was decided that it should be further discussed with the board, and now it's on for approval. So it didn't go back to policy committee, and now it's on first and second reading for approval. I guess my request is, people earlier today were talking about how fast things are happening and how things are starting to get kind of a little bit out of control, and things are not being processed carefully. I would like the board to consider going back to using the policy committee as a committee, and also following the process of having a first reading, opportunity for reflection and discussion by community members, and then approval at a second meeting, unless there's a true emergency. And in these two cases, I don't think that emergency applies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No.
Thank you all. Thank you for everyone who came out to speak today. Dr. Lawrence, your first recommendation.
Thank you, Dr. Goodwin. I recommend the approval of the following Human Resources Agenda A item.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved to second. Any questions? No, not 48 hours. This is human resources. Refresh your screen. There is no 48-hour on there anymore. There are a couple that I myself have questions on that are appropriate for exec session. So I am asking that we table the vote until after exec session.
You need a second?
I'm just asking you guys first. We don't typically do seconds, but if
Yeah,
you
and it's not really tabling, it's just, we'll just.
holding, I want to hold it until
Yeah,
after exec
that's
session.
fine.
Any objections? All right. Your next recommendation?
Waiver of the 48-hour rule for contracts.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any questions? I have one question. This contractor that's being waived, how was it vetted? Was it vetted? How was this contractor vetted? Yes.
Through Frost Brown Todd, our attorneys. It's the group that they recommend to DPS for these type of services.
All right, we pulled something from last week to this week. Was that also through Frost Brown Todd? It wasn't a contract. It was an MOU.
I don't recall the agenda item from last week.
Talking about the Keith Vukovich?
Yeah.
No, that's
no, that was not the Frost Brown Todd.
Okay. Okay, the only question I had.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, now we have a vote.
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend approval of the following contracts and item content C,
Is there-
contracts and agreements.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, are there any questions? Seeing none, then we have a vote.
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
I recommend approval of the following consultant services in section D. My recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second, are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend approval of the following negotiated resolution between AFSCME, Operations Local 101, and Dayton Public Schools.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second, are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend approval of the following agreements: Sinclair Articulation Agreement for 2023-24.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second, are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend approval of the following 48-hour rule to accept the MOU with Sinclair Community College.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Lacy, second by Ms. Wick. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Next recommendation?
I recommend approval of another memorandum of understanding with Sinclair Community College.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Is this the 48-hour?
No, this is the
No,
actual
this
This is
MOU.
the
Actual
actual.
MO.
Oh, okay. Second.
Moved in second, any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
The 48-hour.
Mr. Lacy,
MOU.
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
It's just more for them to have to type it out.
Gotcha. I recommend the approval of the following 48-hour waiver rule so that we can approve the MOU with Central State for College Credit Plus.
Is there a motion? Is
So moved.
there a second?
Second.
Any questions?
Right, gotcha.
Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Miss Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Miss Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nicholas.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
My final recommendation, Dr. Goodwine, I recommend the approval of the actual CCP agreement itself with Central State University.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? I have one. With this program here, is there a price difference between Central State and Sinclair?
I'd have to ask Dr. Gill.
Thank you for asking that. We are very pleased to bring this before you with no price difference between Sinclair and including having instructors from Central State be in person at Dayton Public Schools, which we have not been able to negotiate before.
Okay, thank you. I have more questions for you. On the material costs, I know with the Sinclair one, it is one that is added onto the student's Sinclair profile for them to utilize, and that, would that be the same under this agreement with Central State? Or would the district have to actually physically reimburse individuals?
State the question again?
So for materials or things that you need for your course. Children right now, or scholars right now that take classes with Sinclair, those funds are added onto their account where they get up to $1,000 through the term for that. Will that same process be for the Central State MOU, or will the district have to physically reimburse the student or parent for them having to acquire an additional materials?
I am not sure and happy to check into that.
Okay, yeah, on here, I just see that it says that the district is responsible for that part.
Right.
And I don't want any barriers for people to take these type of
Right.
programs.
We should be able to handle that up front, but I'll double check on that.
In this program here, can you just tell me a little bit, so right now, individuals take courses at Sinclair that are like those entry-level courses. Would this be those individuals who go beyond like the math, the science, the social studies, or is this just you could pick between the two now?
Students can actually take classes at any
Anywhere.
state.
Yeah, anywhere in the state,
Any
sure.
state institution. This is providing a memorandum of understanding between us and Central State that says that we get the floor rate, number one, and that we can actually, with at least five students registered for a class, get an instructor to come. We have not differentiated exactly which courses we're going to do with Sinclair and which with Central State in terms of in our buildings, but this just gives a memorandum of understanding so that students are aware, and we are aware, that we can have students taking these classes and what the payment level will be.
Okay.
But we are looking to continually expand our CCP opportunities, and this will give us a variety of different classes, different instructors, and we'll see how we, mix that up for 24-25 primarily, which we also got them to notice this is a year and a half. It goes through next school year also, which these are typically 1 year. So that way we can plan out for next year's CCP.
One more question for you. Location of students who don't take the courses in the classroom, will they be offered also do you know if they'll be offered at Central State, the Dayton campus, or if they will need to transport students to Wilberforce, or both?
This is the opportunity for either or both.
Okay, so we'll just need some transportation things on our side to start beefing up in the event that kids do want to go on to those. All right, those are all my questions. Thank you.
Could I have a moment to clarify something you said
Go
earlier?
ahead.
On the UC early IT thing, I do want you to know, yes, we didn't get the instructors trained as we had hoped, but we have not given up that pathway. And we actually, the course that we offered but we had to shift how we were the mode for those courses. So the first course in that pathway is what's going on at Thurgood this semester right now. That was the same first IT course that could lead a student through that UC early IT pathway. It's just that we are using a Sinclair instructor instead of one of our own. So just for
I say, Dr. Gill, if you need me to step in and go take a class, I will gladly go do it for you. And I will come back and I will give you guys a little bit of time to teach other individuals I will do that for you. Because I'm a career student out here.
All right,
If you need
I
me,
do know that.
You just tell me if you need to tap me in, I mean, I'm currently trying to get my associate's degree right now, but I will pause that to serve
You
you
know,
all.
Dr. Jones and I can work something out. We need IT instructors, there's no doubt about it.
So if you need me, I will
We have
take
an
one for the
applicant, I
team.
guess, but, you know, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
and Mr. Nichols.
Yeah.
8 yeses.
Thank you. Madam Treasurer, you're first. It looks like you have a presentation.
Yes, I have a presentation tonight. Before you approve the 5-year forecast and assumptions, the detailed one, I am going to give you a presentation on the 5-year forecast. So, this forecast, okay, this forecast is for 5-year forecast is for November 2023. As you know, all schools in Ohio are required to file a 5-year forecast financial on November and May 31st of each year, twice a year. The 5-year forecast includes 3 years of actual and 5 years of projected general fund revenues and expenditures. Fiscal year 2024, which is July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, is the first year of the 5-year forecast and considers as a baseline year. Our forecast is being updated to reflect the most current economic data available to us for the November 2023 filing. Purpose and objectives of the 5-year forecast: to engage the Board of Education and the community in a long-range planning and the discussions of financial issues facing the school district, to serve as a basis for determining the school district's ability to sign the certificate required by ORC 5705.412, commonly known as 412 certificates, to provide a method for the Ohio Department of Education and Auditor of State to identify school districts with general potential financial problems. Before we get into the numbers, we'll discuss this. A financial forecast is somewhat like a painting of the future based upon a snapshot of today. The 5-year forecast is viewed as a key management tool and should be updated periodically. In a financial forecast, the numbers only tell a small part of the story. For the numbers to be meaningful, one must review and consider the notes and assumptions before drawing conclusions or using the data as basis for other calculations. What we're talking is you're going to approve, I'm going to ask you to approve the 5-year forecast in detail, which is in item B. The 5-year forecast encourages district management teams to examine future years' projections and identify when challenges will arise. This helps the district management to be proactive in meeting those challenges. Key line items. The 5-year forecast is divided into 2 sections, revenue and expenditures of general fund. A district revenue is made up of two main sources, which are local and state funding. The expenditures are mainly salary and wages, benefits, purchased services, capital outlay, and supplies and materials. So now, this is a snapshot of the detailed financial five-year forecast. What I'm showing is, in short, is 3 years actual and 5 years projected. So the first 3 years, in 2021, we show our beginning balance, cash balance was 107.5 million. Revenue we collected that year was 278.9 million, and total expenditures were 278.4 million. So at the bottom of this, we have unreserved cash balance of 74.8 million. And that year we show a little bit higher revenues and higher expenditures because the pass-through to charters, vouchers, and open enrollment was passing through us. So our expenditure and our revenues look higher. But in 2022, the pass-through didn't pass through us. So they started going straight to the organizations. So our beginning balance in 2022, 107.9 million. And we received a revenue of 223.5 million. We spent 196.9 million. So the revenue minus the expenditures is 26.6 million. And this one, what we did in that year is, instead of charging our expenditures to general fund, we started moving those expenditures to the ESSER funds and other grant funds. So we saved general fund money in that year. Because of that, our fund balance increased, if you look at the bottom, to 92.8 million. In 2023, our beginning balance, cash balance is 134.5 million. We received 205.4 million. We spent 209.1 million. So we spent more than we received. So we are in a deficit for 4.3 million. So you go into that means we dipped into our savings. So that if you look at the bottom, unreserved fund balance became 77.5 million. Now, we will go still. We moved a lot of our expenditures to ESSER funds, so general fund can sustain. So in 2024, fiscal year 2024, where we are, it's projected now. We have 130.2 million cash. We expect to receive 225 million. Our receipts, we are 99% sure our receipts are what we projected is correct. But our expenditures are 227.8 million. So this means we're spending more than we're collecting by 2.8 million. So you will go to the bottom of this. We will have 107.5 million unreserved cash balance. We'll go to 2025. We have cash balance of 127.4 million. We expect to collect 230.2 million. Our spending jumps to 259.5 million. And we're going to spend more than we receive by 29.2 million. And our fund balance is going to be 76.1 million. The reason why our expenditures in 2025 increased that much is those expenditures we've been paying it from the ESSER funds, so they have to come back to general fund. So what we did in here is we have a lot of vacancies. We have several items which we don't think we're going to continue with that. So what we used in here is the actual ones. So our assumptions are comparable to other years. So we go into 76.1 million. The same way for 2026, we're spending more than we're receiving. So our fund balance goes down to 24.5 million. And we spending we go on a deficit spending. But since we had the cash balances until 2027, we're going to cover with what we have, but 2027, we will go into unreserved fund balance, which is a real deficit by 11.2 million. The same way for 2028, we are going to be in deficit. So the next one, I am showing, just to show you revenues, expenditures, and cash balance. Just to show you, the blue is the revenues. Our revenues don't show steadily, but our expenditures are in red. It's going higher and higher, and our fund balance goes down, and we go in 2027 and 2028 in a deficit. This one is just to show you where do we get our revenues. Local revenues and local revenues versus state revenues. The yellow ones are from the state and the red ones are from local. 2021, it shows high because the pass-throughs were coming through us. But from 2022 up to now, it's, as you can see, our revenues are flat, kind. It's not increasing by that much. The next one is estimated general fund revenue sources. Where do we spend, where do we get our revenues in percentages to show you? State foundation, from the state, we get 59.4 million. From real estate taxes, 27.2 million percent. I shouldn't say million, it's a percent. 59.4% and 27.2%. Other state, 3.1%. PAP tax, 4.6%, and other local is 2.7%. So we are very, very heavily dependent on the state and our local taxes. Can you show the slide, please? Download to, okay. Okay. This is operating expenditures. Where do we spend our money? As you can see, wages 50%, benefits 18%, purchased services 2.2%, capital 2%, materials and supplies 5%, and others 3%. That's where we spend our money. This one is to show you how our expenditures are trending. The 2021 is just outlier because it was the pass-through was going through us. But if you notice from 2022 and now, our expenditures are rising. Now, this one shows us ending cash balance as true cash days. This one is if we don't receive any funding with what we have, how many days can we sustain? So in 2021, 142 days. In 2022, 249. In 2023, 227. In 2024, 204. In 2025, 138. In 2026, 63. After that, we are in deficit. We cannot sustain even a single day. So general revenue concerns, what we have. 2 state biennial budget for 26, 27, 28, 29 are included in this forecast period as fair school funding plan, not funded beyond 2025. So that's what we, in Ohio, every 2 years, we have a biennial budget, and which we don't know how much we're going to get. The SWSF fund is guaranteed as part of the base funding amount. Expenditures will be absorbed into the general fund in fiscal year 2024 and beyond. It used to be a separate. ESSER 3 expenditures will also move to general fund in 2025. Strategic use of ESSER funds can help our general fund balances. That's what we've been doing. We were moving all the several expenditures to these ESSER grants so we can sustain general fund. Must continue to review the ESSER funds and general fund costs and adjust the budget because we are still projected to spend more than we receive long term. State law, in conclusion, the state law requires schools to operate with positive cash balance, additional revenues and/or expenditure reductions will need to be considered prior to years where cash balance June 30th is negative. This 5-year forecast shows fiscal year 2023 and our district begins to use reserves, which is line 6.010, and that our district faces financial stress in 2027. But by law, 3 years, we have to be in positive, so we are positive. Do you have any question on this one?
Thank you. Open the floor. Any questions from anyone on the board? I do have a question myself. Just comparing the 2020, last year's 2022 one for 23 to 24, I do see that the general fund for 24 is, the estimate is $14,131,040 higher than what we estimated for 23. And does that increased cost encompass the loss of ESSER funds as some of the source, and it just being absorbed back in that?
Are you in revenue?
I'm looking at slide number, actually there's no number, I think it's 9 on my estimated general fund revenue sources. Nine.
Okay, can you repeat your question?
Just looking at, it's about 14 million higher in estimated general fund revenue.
Yes.
And my question is just really what explains that increase of the revenue coming in? Because I see.
Our foundation increased.
Okay.
Our interest income increased.
Okay. And I see that our expenses, actually, let me stay on that one. With the real estate, so in 23, last year's estimate was 29.1%, and this year's estimate is 27.2%. Any assumptions on why we decreased in the percentage that came in for real estate?
Because when we calculated what they have the evaluation, it came to that number. And in prior year, we had one payment from the auditor state, which increased it a little bit.
Okay. Okay. How do you think abatements affect the amount that comes in for real estate for us? Tax abatements in general. Does it have any real impact on us?
Of course, it depends. We get some abatements, but it depends on the percentages we get. And it depends on the percentages.
And just for people at home who don't know what tax abatements are, those are kind of when a property currently isn't getting tax money brought in on it. A developer comes in, and usually the city of Dayton gives them a percentage off, now up to 75%, that they will not have to pay their real estate taxes for a period of time to hope that they develop it. So that means we don't collect on those type of things. Okay.
It does affect.
Go ahead.
It does affect, but it depends on the percentages, how much it affects. I cannot put the number right now.
Okay, and then I have my last question for you on the estimated general fund expenditures. So it looks like compared to last year to this year, we're about 14 million less in expenditures?
Yes, because we moved it to ESSER funds.
For this upcoming, the remainder in 24?
In 24 too, I moved a lot of them.
So in 25, you'll see that jump back up?
Yeah, in 25, it's a lot. All of them, they have to come back. But I moved some too, yeah.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so your next recommendation.
Okay. Okay, I recommend the approval of the following five-year forecast and assumptions.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following monthly financial for October as reviewed by the Finance Committee last week.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following minutes for October.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved in second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following donations as reviewed last week.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following purchase requisitions as they were reviewed last week.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Your next recommendation?
I recommend the approval of the following zoning now as they reviewed last week.
So moved.
Second.
Moved in second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
Does that conclude your recommendations?
Yes.
All right, so I'm actually going to skip to Mr. Nichols to see if he has any closing thoughts, because I would hate for us to miss out on any of your wisdom while we go to exec session.
I do not. Thank you.
He does not, a man of few words. Pursuant to section go ahead. Somebody say something? Okay. Pursuant to section 121.22G2 of the Ohio Revised Code, I move that this board go into executive session. This meeting is being held to consider the employment, dismissal of a public employee. Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? Being none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy,
Yes.
Mr. Nichols.
Yes.
8 yeses.
So when you first walk in this particular building, what you're gonna see is you're gonna see bright, open spaces, clean floors. When they say it's a new age here within this building, it truly is. The culture here at E.J. Brown is about keeping it consistent, about keeping it simple, keeping it about students. How do we get students from where they are now to where we need them to be? So about being in those hallways, building those relationships, those positive relationships with students, knowing their names, and just building that bond, believing in them. Keep it simple, keep it consistent, keep it all about students. That's why we're here at E.J. Brown.
This year, we have a very strong administration team, and we have very clear expectations, not only for the students, but also for the teachers. So that consistency is really strong this year, and I see that growing as we keep moving forward. I love challenging the students. So I teach science, and for me, it's more about teaching them to think more than like the content. So really getting them to understand what's happening around them and then be able to use that in situations that they might get into outside of the school. We've been changing the expectations and honing more into academics around the students. And then we've also been bringing in more community pieces. We've had some change over the years, but the last couple years they've stayed the same, and we're growing more community base.
As a security resource officer here, my main job is student safety. I also am somewhat of a counselor or a mediator to the students. A lot of them come and talk to me, and we try to figure out solutions together to make things better, because if things outside of school are affecting you, then you're not going to be able to get a proper education. I believe that building a relationship with these students is the key to them advancing educationally as well as socially. E.J. Brown is the best middle school because we have the best sports teams, we have the best teachers, we have the best SRO team in the district, we have the best principal in the district. So if you want to be the best, you should come to E.J. Brown.
I think students should go here because it gives them a better mindset. The biggest difference between elementary and middle school is the moving around, but it really wasn't that hard to get used to. The way to be a Bruin is to follow the Bruin B's. Be respectful, be responsible, be safe, and be unstoppable.
Hello, I'm Dr. David Lawrence, Interim Superintendent of Dayton Public Schools. It is really good to be here with you today. This is my first address to the entire school community, writ large, since convocation. And so we have something we'd like to share with you. So the academic team that we have here has worked closely with Learn to Earn, the Omega CDC, and other community groups such as the NAACP to develop an academic action plan. Now, this is important for the entire Dayton Public Schools community, the We Are DPS, all 2,300 employees. And why? I want my folks in operations, I miss you, and transportation to know the basic things that we're working on in academics to begin this enormous transformational turnaround in Dayton Public Schools. So that means we all should be saying the same thing about what we're working on to get better within Dayton Public Schools from an academic standpoint. And also overall, the things that we do around our 5 core principles, the 5 C's. And one of the 5 C's is culture, and that's a big thing we're going to be working on. So here it goes. The first thing I want to talk about is culture and climate. And in culture and climate, we wanted to have a safe and supportive school environment. And so we understand that we still have work to do there, but that is a really big thing that we're working on. So when you're out and about, you can tell people that we're working on culture and climate. We're also focused on 3rd grade reading. We want to be able to move students rapidly, so we want to have a big jump this year, and then we want to move forward from there with incremental steps in terms of getting better with 3rd grade reading. We know the longitudinal consequences of not being successful there, and so that's one of the reasons that we're focusing on 3rd grade reading. High school readiness. That means moving 8th graders into 9th grade. That's an issue nationally, and we suffer from that as well. So why not focus on it? So next year, we will be working on focusing on our 8th grade transition to high school, and we really look forward to seeing freshmen who are more ready for high school. The other thing we're looking for is freshman success. Without freshman success,
that is directly correlated to the graduation rate. So that will be a huge emphasis for us this year. And then finally, college and career readiness, making sure that when you leave, you're able to stay in college and matriculate. So those are the 5 core things that we're working on. We have a presentation that will be uploaded to the DPS website, and it'll be sent to principals, and principals will go through the presentation. There's a lot more to it, but I just wanted us all on the same page when we talked about those 5 core principles. And so we're working on culture and climate, 3rd grade reading, high school readiness, freshman success, and college and career readiness. I want to say that an academic action plan is different than a strategic plan. So for all the folks who you hear talk about strategic plans, those take a long time. They're typically on a shelf somewhere, and most people don't know what's in them. This action plan is very small, it's direct, it's targeted, and the key word is action. We want to follow through with fidelity, and we want to do what we say and say what we do. So we look forward to coming out this year to talk about the academic action plan. And I so appreciate everyone in Dayton Public Schools and the wider community. I can't wait for my next lunchroom duty or bus ride. Thanks.
My name's David Beard. I'm the Director of Transportation Fleet Maintenance. It's very much so a team environment. I work with in my opinion, some of the best mechanics in the business. They're all highly focused on safety. We've got positions from entry level all the way up through administration. There's room to grow. It's just a great environment to work with. From a transportation standpoint, we're the first and last touch with these kids every day, with the drivers and the school bus equipment. We really focus on making sure that they're safe, and they're safe to get to school and safe to get home from school. And my guys are extremely focused on that, and it's very satisfying that we've been able to do that. From tires to brakes to structure to electronics to monitoring to GPS, we have lots of systems in place for the safety of the students, the drivers, making sure that those buses are 100% ready to roll and safe.
My name is Tracy Davis Hinton. I'm a language arts teacher at Thurgood Marshall High School here in Dayton Public Schools. I often tell people that I've had great days, I've had challenging days, but I've never had a boring day. So I think the number one reason I like working at Dayton Public Schools is that there's always something new and interesting happening. I think that Dayton Public is a good place to start because you're going to get a diverse group of young people that you're going to meet. You're going to have seasoned staff that are going to work with you, mentor you, and help you build your skill sets. Seasoned teachers are excited to see new teachers come in, and they are there to daily provide help with challenges that they might have, whether it be from classroom management, whether it be how do you lesson plan, how do you actually implement into praxis some theories that you learned at school. Also, they have a resident educator program that outside of your workday allows you to meet with other young teachers who are across the district, not just in your school building, see what challenges they're having and work collaboratively with seasoned teachers to help you solve those problems. Dayton Public is a child-centered district. The way it makes a difference is we build relationships. We build authentic relationships in Dayton. And I don't know that that happens everywhere because I've been in other educational spaces where I don't see that happening. So we not only know our students, we build relationships with their families. We build relationship with community partners who are then able to meet the needs that we might have gaps for our young people. So I think because we endeavor to go outside of just traditional curriculum, that it broadens our students' horizons in ways that might not have been if they were not at Dayton Public.
Joshua Booth is a senior at Meadowdale CTC. He is in the robotics engineering program and even won a bridge building contest in class this year. Joshua is a straight A student and has applied for an engineering internship, and also works at AutoZone, where he applies the concepts he learns in his robotics classes. Overall, Joshua is an excellent role model for his peers and a great example of what Meadowdale students should strive to be.
What made you choose engineering?
Engineering, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you and say I was always interested in it, you know? Like, it was definitely something that I just wanted so I could graduate, because everybody needed a pathway, and I was like, okay, I got put in this one, let me stay here and do what I need to do. And as I started, you know, working in engineering, working with robotics, 3D printing, you know, we got a SolidWorks program and stuff like that. And I slowly started developing an interest for it. You know, like, it was cool to start paying attention to my teacher, teaching us about how we could 3D print these objects, and it was cool.
How did you manage to keep good grades?
Stayed focused. I kept doing me. Definitely enjoy your experience here. You know, like, even this right here is an experience for us. Yeah, you could look at this as an opportunity. You can look at it as influence to other people, whatever reason you're doing this. But keep staying focused. I can't tell you enough. Like, if you want a boyfriend, girlfriend, relationship, whatever it may be, stay focused on your grades. Just listen to your teacher, do the assignment, and then go to HOCO, you know, go to prom, play your sport. But grades is always a priority. I don't know what that may be for you, but if it's sports, you can't do good in sports without having good grades. They're gonna drop you off the team, they're gonna put you on the bench, then you're gonna be stressing about, I got homework to do, I gotta catch up on this. So just prioritize your grades and you can enjoy your experience.
Why should people come to Meadowdale?
Our career pathways. I truly believe that we have a lot of opportunities for young students to come here and develop an interest and even pursue what their interest is already.
What are your future career goals?
Future career goals, that's a good one. I mean, everybody wants to make good money, everybody wants to do what they love. So I say something I want to accomplish is I want to be known a little bit, whether it's for my pathway or something else that I gain an interest in, because we still young. So if there's something else I gain, I think something I want to do is be known, you know, have an influence on people. Let anybody know, like, you don't got to stick to one thing, you don't got to follow your parents' rules, do what you love. So I'm definitely, I want to do something I love and be known for it.
What would be your favorite memory at Meadowdale?
Favorite memory has to be junior year, last year of doing CCP. That was the first time I had a professor and the classes were more difficult, but it was fun. It was definitely fun because we had evaluations, more essays. It was just a new experience I could encounter, and it definitely expanded my mind. And then once that happened, all the other classes came easy because I knew what a real class, like a real hard class was. So everything else felt kind of like light work.
Do you have a message for the staff here at Meadowdale?
Keep doing what you're doing. You guys are doing great. I know you guys get a lot of hate here and now, but definitely you guys are fun to be around. You guys definitely know how to teach. Keep doing what you're doing, and you guys may even have a better future or more opportunities later on.
To me, I say they're the best team in Ohio, hands down. But we still have some things to clean up. You know, I have great skills, but sometimes they got to concentrate and play together. And if we play together with great skills, we're unstoppable. Belmont soccer has come a long way. If nobody knows, it's a lot of mixed diversity on this team. A lot of different languages. As a coach to know, so sometimes my captain works out well because he knows a lot of language. I use him as an interpreter. But Belmont is developing very well, and I'm looking forward when the seniors go on, the ones behind them come up with the same discipline, work hard, both in the classroom and on the pitch, and we will be fine. There's nowhere you can go without academics. Always emphasize and stress that, student first. And I always, each and every day I take 15 minutes out of practice and we talk about grades, we talk about classes, we talk about how your day is going, you know, just to get them to settle, because I can see it on some of them sometimes, it's stressful. I'll bring them over and we sit and talk about it. So I always stress academics. student first, student first. Because if you have the greatest skill in the world and you don't have the academics, it's hard.
Yeah, my time in Alabama been good, and on the soccer team, because I'm the team captain, so I'm really close with everybody. We got some few players who don't speak English, and coach doesn't speak the language that we speak, so it'd be hard for him to understand the other players, so I have to be there and translate.
I get to have fun, all that stuff, and most of the people I know play it, and I used to play it when I was a kid. To be like, out of all the teams that we have played, choosing us is just incredible. It feels amazing. It just feels amazing.
Remember, we tell you before, there are 4 reasons why you vote. For candidates or issues that benefit you, your livelihood, your family, and your community. No other reason. You don't vote because someone is tall or short, black or white, male or female, Republican or Democrat. You vote those 4 reasons. That takes care of you and your family and your community.
So today is the first time I'm going to be voting for my family. My family is from Mexico, so I'm the first generation from my family. So right now, this is everybody in the background is voting for the first time. It was a very amazing experience. I like that we were crossing like around the bridge, and you know, it was just a very powerful moment where, you know, it's like your first time and you're going to have that as your memory. To like, oh, I remember I have to cross the bridge to like vote. If you want to fix something that is really injustice, then your vote really does matter. Like every person votes matters. Voting for the first time is kind of like exciting because, you know, I get to go home and then just tell my parents that I just voted, and then they just seem proud of me because they never experienced like something like this of voting before. So I'm like kind of like giving them like a chance to like, oh, if like something is wrong, I'm able to like make the change.
My name is Brandon Stillemer, and I'm the automotive teacher here at Ponitz. I'm actually a Ponitz automotive graduate. After I graduated, I went to the military and became a mechanic for the military. After that, I came back and went to college and ended up coming here to teach at the program I graduated from. In this program, I learned the basic skills like tools, theories, and principles of how brakes work, how engines operate.
My sophomore year, we took motors. We broke them all down, put them right back together. My junior year, we did electrical. I loved electrical.
Pretty much the basics right now: oil change, tire rotations, tire changes, how engines work, performance.
They're learning how to use the machines in here, the lifts, tools, and everything. I've learned how to break down engines, fix cars. I've learned how to do electrical. I'm in electrical now.
This is my first time working on a project car, like kind of by myself, but it's not a one-man job at all. You need a team.
So I think the biggest benefit is not only do they get to learn at an earlier age, but also they can take the skills they learned and get employment earlier. This program, we partner with a lot of really good partners, and we can get them into job placement. They're starting to build their networking earlier in life than waiting until later.
Everybody can't teach you how to work on a car. Our teachers are here for it to break down and show us what really goes into a car besides the basics.
It's cool to see the progression from when I was here to what the district is now, and then what we're looking forward in the future.
Dayton Public Schools have prepared me for my future to be successful in my automotive industry and strive for my dreams.
I want to end up opening my own business and helping other people who are in need of cars or just working on the cars.
Through our advisory committee, we're finding out what the real world needs, and we're building those technicians to get them into what is the current need for the industry.
So this is the game design programming pathway. A lot of it involves some basic, like your basic programming class, your game design class, the IT career field, and then the programming career field is ever ending. So, I mean, there's so many opportunities career-wise that kids can really look into and then build upon and get certifications in here to help when they leave here, they're better prepared, and then resume builders are, I mean, they can have as many as they want when it comes to certification, and that looks phenomenal for them. And within this current pathway, I mean, there's endless opportunities for kids when it comes to IT, programming, game design. It's been very exciting for the kids that have come through. Some of the stuff we do in here is really cool and very innovative for 21st century learning skills.
I learned so far, I'm learning right now the basics of programming and all like functions and all that. And so like I think it's preparing me for the future because like I get to have some experience before I get like thrown out into college or into the real world. And so I could like jump into my career than have to wait and learn after I get out of high school.
I feel like DPS gives students a very big variety of choices that they want to do whenever choosing their pathway. So I feel like they're doing good, like giving students like a large amount of options.
So this is a career field and a pathway that you can come in and you want to enjoy. You'll enjoy it every day and want to come back. And so that's a huge push. And we can make it as relatable and applicable to students' lives as much as possible.
Hi, I'm Haley Chavez, a media arts student, and I'm here at Dunbar High School to interview our student spotlight, Chris.
Chris Starr is in the 11th grade at Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School. Chris is involved in basketball, baseball, and wrestling. He also has a part-time job, enjoys playing sports, and lifting weights. Chris is an excellent student and a role model for his peers. After high school, Chris plans to attend college.
So how do you balance work, school, and sports?
It's based off communication. You have to be in communication with your employer, with your coach, and obviously stay on task in school. It's about getting your work done, and you have the time to.
So could you tell us the importance of being a team player, not just in sports, but in school?
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, it's a lot of communication. You gotta communicate with your team on the game and like out of the game. Gotta make sure they're on the right track, making sure they're not doing anything they're not supposed to be doing. And same in class, if you have a group assignment, make sure you communicate with your peers.
So what's a moment that stuck out to you while attending Dunbar?
Probably winning my first baseball game with my team. That was a pretty fun experience that I will always remember. Mostly because we were losing for the first couple innings of the game. We managed to bring it back towards the end, which was a pretty good experience.
Do you have any idea what you'd want to major in or continue doing after high school?
I know my major, yeah, I want to do engineering.
So what is it that you like about engineering?
I like the fact that some engineering, because there's multiple different engineering jobs, but some of them you can build stuff, like, because I like to be hands-on when I'm working. So with me being hands-on with my job, I think that'll play a good part in me wanting to keep the job.
What advice would you want to give other students that want to improve their life?
It's about how you maintain your life. If you're using your life to do drugs and stuff like that, stuff you weren't supposed to be doing, you ain't using your life right, in my opinion.
Do you have a message for your class?
Stay focused and get your diploma. That's about it.
Dayton Public Schools takes pride in keeping students safe at all times, starting with the moment they board the bus each morning. Introducing the Traversa Ride 360 app, also called My Ride K-12, the latest safety addition in student transportation. With Traversa Ride 360, important features that keep your child safe are in the palm of your hand. This app allows parents to be notified when their student scans their ID to board the bus each morning and as they exit each afternoon. Through the Ride 360 app, you can also follow your child's bus in real time, see pickup and drop-off locations and times, and get alerts about any unexpected changes. Our dedicated staff is trained to use Traversa Ride 360 to ensure a safe and secure transportation experience. To get started, search for Traversa Ride 360 in your App Store and download the app. After downloading the app, search for Dayton Public Schools and then select Register. Register in a few easy steps by creating a username and password and entering your information. Once registration is complete and you have confirmed your account through email, you can add your child with their student ID number to start using the app and all of its features right away. To learn more, visit DaytonPublic.com or call transportation at 937-542-4010.
Success looks like me.
Hello, my name is Kamaya Hilton Thomas, and I am a senior at Stiver School for the Arts. I started taking College Credit Plus classes in the 8th grade up until this year, where I recently got my associate's degree before my high school diploma. I started with very few classes, and then I just kept growing and growing. Many people recommended I keep a small course load, but I kept leveling up and taking as many as I could. So I kept maxing those hours out, and over the summer I took 16 or 15 credit hours so I can just be one step closer to getting my degree. Not many people have an associate's degree. Straight out of high school, some people, go start working without a degree, or maybe they even take a gap year or go to school. So to have that one thing done and accomplished is great. It's gonna save me a tremendous amount of money. Even though I have gotten a scholarship, it also helps though, because it's that scholarship is only 4 years. So if I go over that time, or I need to help and take other courses, I have that done. And that actually has helped me, because that's basically a free degree that I can lean back on.
This key is a key to the city. Now, I could say it opens every door. That would be not telling the truth. But it's symbolic of someone that we want to make sure that they feel welcome every time they come to Dayton.
Today was a day of excitement and enthusiasm and an inspiration for kids. Our goal is to inspire kids by doing and experiencing science in really fun ways. So if we can make science fun and exciting, they're going to gravitate towards those things, and then they're going to be like, oh, I need to do more of that, and I want to try that. And it's okay to fail. It's okay to try new things, because science is all about learning, exploring, and really just investigating the world around us. Being able to come out to a school like Roosevelt Elementary and working with Dayton Public Schools is really important, because I want these kids to see, and I want them to experience science in a way they've never experienced it before. Make it fun, make it big, make it explosive, but most importantly, make it relatable to them. And that's what this whole program is all about. What we got to do today, what I got to do on stage, doing all my demonstrations, was fun. But the engineering design challenge, where kids are building and they're testing and they're figuring things out, that's what science is really all about, is figuring out, oh, that didn't work. How do I make it better? Or, oh, let's try that again, but let's change it just a little bit. That variable needs to change. So watching them build their towers and actually figuring out how to get that ping pong ball as high as they possibly could, that's amazing. And you could just see their wheels working the whole time. And that's what this is all about, is getting them to be okay with trying it, but most importantly, with not getting it right the first time.
My name is Gary Armstrong. I am the assistant principal at Kemp Elementary School, graduating from Dunbar High School, having attended DPS since kindergarten. DPS has had a great positive impact on my entire family and given me and several members of my family rewarding careers. I love impacting the lives of students, male and female. Mentoring and coaching has been a passion of mine my entire career. I enjoy being a role model for students. The benefits of working in DPS are endless. Dayton Public Schools provides a great place for employees to develop as professionals and positively impact the families and students of our community.
Hey, I'm Deshawn, and I'm here at Wagamin Middle School interviewing the student spotlight, Christina. Christina Tinsley is an 8th grader at Wagamin Middle School. Christina has excellent attendance, excels academically, and always has model behavior for her classmates. She is respectful, responsible, and attends all of her classes on time. Christina is on the Wagamin Praise Dance team, participates in all positive school climate events, and is an overall joy to have in the building. How does it feel to excel in your classes and get good grades?
It feels good, but it kind of feels normal because I've been doing it for like a couple of years now.
Where did you go before you came to Wagamin?
I went to Louise Troy.
How was your experience?
It was fun. All the teachers is great there.
Who was your favorite teacher?
Probably between Mr. Miller and Miss Grant and Miss Coleman.
So tell me about Praise Dance.
I like Praise Dance. I like our teacher, Derica. She a good teacher, but she been doing Praise Dance for a long time. It's someone like, they have a lot of crazy dances, but they're easy to do though, but it's fun. Like, I'll keep doing it like for a long time probably.
Do you know what you want to be when you get older?
Yeah, I want to own my own business and do hair because I'm really good at doing hair.
Did you know that Ponies has cosmetology?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to go to Ponies for cosmetology and learn about hair.
It's a really good program. Being nominated for Student Spotlight, what message would you like to give students and family?
I would say like that y'all would need to work hard in school. Getting good grades. Like it'll help you for like if you want to get into like colleges and stuff like that. Having good grades and it'll help you in high school. And that's all I know.
Welcome Stadium, this is a great place to host special events, and especially when it's an event for Edwin C. Moses Relays. We had a good mix of teams from all over the place. We actually had a team from West Virginia, some Cleveland schools, some Cincinnati schools, so it's always good to have different competition and to be able to share our home with a variety of people.
Well, it was amazing because this is their first time being able to compete on the facilities track, and they found out it's a lot different than before. It's a lot faster than before, and not only that, but to experience having a gentleman who had never lost a race in 10 years here to watch them and to provide them with medals. It was an amazing experience.
The Dayton Relays, as it was called, we should really work to build that up because it was one of the top track meets in the state of Ohio. People from all around the state would come, all the best schools, all the best relays. You know, this is a prime facility, and we need to get kids more involved in sports on a competitive level as well as sports on the academic level.
Hello, I am Rachel Blanks, 5th grade cluster leader at Edison Elementary School, and I am Dayton Public Schools. Asking me why I enjoy DPS is really a loaded question. How can I not love DPS? So I started here in 1990. I'm probably dating myself, but as a kindergartner at Fairview Elementary. So I grew up in this district. I watched my father work in this district. I watched my mother volunteer in this district. My daughter was in the district. This district is just like an extended family to me. It's just it's a huge part of Dayton. I've seen the successes. I've seen the opportunities that arise out of Dayton Public Schools. I believe in DPS. When I see the students, the smiles on their faces, when I see those proverbial light bulbs, when I hear them telling me, Mrs. Blanks, I got it, or thank you, Mrs. Blanks, or Mrs. Blanks, can I stay here for the rest of the day? But also when I hear from parents and they're telling me how I have helped their child grow academically, behaviorally, emotionally, it's a big deal to me. Making a difference in the lives of my students is something that I take very seriously, whether it's exposing them to Japanese culture, which we're doing this year, or just helping them with exponents or multiplication tables. It's something that I do every day. Choosing Dayton Public right now is choosing to be a part of being a positive catalyst for change. It's choosing to be a part of an organization where communication and culture is is lauded, is built upon, is celebrated, and it's a huge part of who we are. It's choosing DPS means that you're choosing to stand up on the battlefield of protecting our children and protecting their futures and preparing them for a global society. You choose DPS if you're willing and wanting to make a difference in the lives of the students around you and to make a better future for everybody.
The Dayton Public School District is a thriving school system serving students from preschool through high school. With more than 12,000 students across 27 schools, parents can feel confident that their students will receive a high-quality education and graduate prepared for lifelong success. Here are 11 reasons you will love Dayton Public Schools. All DPS preschools are 5-star rated by the Ohio Department of Education and are free for students. All 1st through 3rd grade classrooms implement the district's successful double teaching model to increase academic achievement and close gaps. All 4th through 6th grade classrooms provide high-dosage tutoring for students, which reduces class size and provides students with more individualized instruction. Students of all ages have career exploration opportunities to help them learn about different career paths and develop an understanding of what is required to make their dreams a reality. DPS has one-to-one technology, which means all students have access to a Chromebook. DPS is home to one of the world's 41 Challenger Learning Centers, where students get hands-on experience with science, math, engineering, design, and learn about space travel and exploration. The district offers music and art opportunities at all grade levels. Middle and high school students can even take part in an all-city band to perform with students from across the district. Middle school students can participate in Project Lead the Way classes to explore STEM concepts and learn valuable life skills. These courses are designed to teach students to be problem solvers, critical thinkers, and team players. The district cares about both students and their families. Family resource coordinators are in many schools to help connect families to any resources they may need. And student resiliency coordinators and student behavior therapists are available to any student who may need counseling or support. The district offers 2 career technology centers to prepare students for college and careers. At Ponance CTC and Meadowdale CTC, students can choose from dozens of pathways and begin working toward industry credentials in their chosen field. All high school students can participate in College Credit Plus courses, which allows them to earn college credits for free during high school. These credits transfer to public colleges and universities after graduation. Students can even earn an associate degree while in high school. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
I'm Stacy Schweikart, the CEO of Learn to Earn Dayton. Tonight at the Power of Place celebration here in Northwest Dayton, we announced a major project in partnership with Dayton Public Schools to create a learning garden at Fairview Elementary.
This is a community-inspired event and location
My name is John Steinbrenner. I'm one of the designers at Grunder Landscaping, and I'm just lucky enough to be a part of bringing it to life.
I am so happy to be here tonight, and I want to thank everyone that's been a part of this process. The Northwest Dayton project is such a great opportunity for Northwest Dayton residents. Here at Fairview Elementary in particular, we're going to have a beautiful garden thanks to this group that envisioned it for our students. So I'm so excited. I'm so thankful for the partnership with Learn to Earn Dayton, with the Northwest Dayton Project, with Omega CDC, with all of our partners that have made this possible. Grunder Landscaping, everyone has made this possible. And I'm so thankful for that. College career and military signing day is extremely important because students are making a commitment to themselves and their future. And what we try to do is encourage them to choose something that they're going to do that they'll move on to after graduation. And it's really an important commitment that they're making to themselves. So we want to make sure that they understand that they have a support system in the Dayton Public Schools and in the community in case they need resources and in case they need help. We're here to support them because they are always part of DPS. Our high schools are very, very comprehensive. Any student that goes through any one of the Dayton Public School high schools has that opportunity to make those choices and to be educated and prepared for any career path that they make.
Hello DPS students, I'm Anthony Green and I attend Ponus Career Technology Center. Today I am going to help you learn how to use the Greater Dayton Regional Transit Authority, also known as RTA, for your school transportation. From finding a route to riding the bus and arriving safely at your destination. This video will cover everything you need to know to begin using the RTA today. Let's get started. Finding a route. There are several different ways to find a route to take you to and from school or any other location. If using your phone, find your Google or Apple Maps and type in your destination. Change your mode of travel to taking a bus, which you can do by tapping the bus icon. From here, your phone will display your route from walking to the bus stop, riding the bus, and exiting the bus, and walking to your final destination. This same process can take place on a desktop computer. Simply go to Google Maps, type in your destination, change the mode of travel to a bus, and view your route options. If your starting location is not currently filled in, you can type in the address of the location you will be starting from. You can also download the free transit app to view routes. Type in your current location and your destination to view the RTA route you should take. The transit app will also tell you when you should start walking to the bus stop in order to arrive just before the bus pulls up. If you would like to view each RTA route schedule in detail, you can visit the RTA website at iRideRTA.org. From there, select routes and click on each route to view a map, stop locations, and arrival times. Waiting at the bus stop. It is good practice to get to your bus stop at least 5 minutes before the bus is scheduled to arrive. While waiting on the bus, it is important to make yourself visible so the bus driver knows you're waiting. A good way to do this is to stand up and wave when you see the bus approaching. Remember to be fare ready by having your pass in your hand before boarding the bus. Entering the bus and paying for your ride. When you enter the bus, you will need to tap your pass on the payment reader. The passes are good for an unlimited number of rides in a 31-day period. The 31-day period starts the first time you tap your pass. If you receive a new pass before the old one expires, do not activate the new pass until you need it. This will ensure you continue to have unlimited rides throughout the entirety of the next month. It is your responsibility to remember when you activated your pass. To do this, you can mark the date of your first scan and expiration date on the card. DPS is providing students with monthly passes. Passes will be distributed at each high school on a monthly basis. Please speak to your principal if you need one. Note that these cards will not be reloadable and expire after 31 days. Riding the bus. Please take a seat or stand and hold onto a handrail or safety strap while the bus is moving. If you're standing, please be sure to stay behind the yellow line at the front of the bus for your safety. Other rules of the road include no smoking of any kind, no eating or drinking. If you bring food or drinks on board, they must be in a sealed container. While listening to music, wear headphones. Refrain from speaking on cell phones. Customers must not use profanity or engage in disruptive behavior. Vandalism of RTA property is not tolerated. Customers must keep the aisles clear to allow others to pass. If there is limited seating, please allow older customers and those with disabilities to sit down near the front of the bus. Please follow these rules and any other instructions provided by your driver. If rules are not followed, passengers may be removed from the bus. Exiting the bus. When the bus is approaching your stop, you must signal to the driver that you need off by pulling the cord on the side of the bus. Pull the cord after you pass the stop just before the one you need. When exiting the bus, please exit through the rear door to allow people entering the bus to use the front door. Remember that traffic does not stop for transit vehicles. Never cross in front of the bus. And obey all traffic laws and watch for oncoming traffic after exiting. Please exercise caution while crossing roads and intersections. If you have additional questions about using RTA, please visit iRideRTA.org.
Hi, I'm Brett Collins in the Media Arts program at Ponus CTC. Today, I am here at Ponus interviewing Art Student of the Month, Javon Christian.
Javon is a student in the Graphic Art and Design pathway at Ponus Career Technology Center. He is an outstanding student with excellent attendance. He prioritizes his grades and has maintained all A's and B's since starting at Ponus. Javon is involved in the community and even volunteered as a poll worker for the last election. He also volunteered to distribute Thanksgiving dinners throughout the community during his Thanksgiving break. Javon demonstrates the Ponus 5 P's of being punctual, prepared, polite, presentable, and productive every day.
How does it feel to be Student of the Month, and then what did your family say about the accomplishment?
It feels great to be Student of the Month. I was kind of shocked to find out that I actually won it, but in my family, they was really happy for me. A lot of support came my way.
What was it like for you going through from freshman year all the way to now and picking your pathway, and what forced you into getting into graphic arts?
Well, what really made my decision into going into this pathway was like my love for art. I really like art and drawing and stuff. It was like kind of my passion. And like from freshman year to now, I was kind of nervous, you know, first time in high school. So I was really mainly focused on my work, but like, hey, I wasn't trying to fall behind.
Going forward, what are your long-term goals in life past high school?
I really haven't decided yet, but like seeing the different jobs and stuff that's aligned with this pathway, I would be interested in doing stuff like that.
What type of jobs?
Designing logos for different businesses, making my own brand of t-shirts and clothing.
What made you come to Ponus, and when you got here, was it what you expected? And how did your experience have been so far?
What made me come up on this was like the different pathways they got here and like the different opportunities I would be able to have coming out of high school.
So since you've been in this pathway, since this is your first year, what's a highlight moment for you in this pathway? What has a teacher said to you? what stood out?
So a highlight moment would be like, we had this thing called BPA or Business Professionals of America. Had like a big field trip, went to that, and for like a competition and designing stuff against other schools around the city and the country. Our pathway, we did good. We went to state.
So you like competing with other people and showing them that you're the best? Okay. The last question I want to ask you, what advice would you give to somebody coming into this pathway?
I would say have an open mind about coming into it. Don't think that it is boring. Focus on your work, but also try to like have fun.
I just want to encourage our students to come to school and be okay with who you are. Whoever you are accepted, and we love you, and we look forward to having you here.
The main words of encouragement I have for students, whether you're moving to a new school or a new grade, is to be yourself, be who you are, and don't give up.
I'm really excited to meet our new middle school students who are coming to 7th grade. Middle school is an interesting and weird world, but we are ready for you, and we can't wait to help you prepare in the next 2 years for high school.
One, I'm excited about our students, families, and staff returning this year to continue the work that we started last year. Secondly, I'm excited about the partnership that we've created and the journey we're about to embark on.
Hello, Dayton Public Schools. You are in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. So, be informed, be inspired. Be reflective, but yet be relevant. Be thankful and be thoughtful, but above all, be you. Looking forward to having a great and exciting school year.
My name is Mark Fairhurst. I am the teacher leader or lead teacher at Horace Mann Elementary, and this is my 6th year in this role. DPS is a great place to land for a career. If you want to work in a district with tremendous diversity and with unique challenges in an inner city environment, and you don't want to just choose the path of least resistance and the easiest career where I guess I would call it just putting it on autopilot and expecting your students are all going to be self-learners, this is the place for you. You will have, again, tons of opportunities to work in unique settings with children of diverse backgrounds who have tremendous needs. We all recognize that, we acknowledge that, but we don't steer away from it. We welcome that. We relish the opportunities to demonstrate what a great staff we have and what a great district we have. And time again, I've seen people step up to those challenges and take them on and be a real difference maker in someone's life. When I interviewed for this role, I remember Dr. Lawley, after asking me the interview questions, asking me if I had any questions, and I said yes. Tell me that I will have the opportunity to work closely with staff in a way that will make a difference in their lives. Tell me it's going to be about changing lives, and by extension, helping teachers change children's lives by equipping them to be better at the craft than they were before we met and before we worked through the coaching process. When I get up in the morning, I need to know that what I do professionally makes a difference. And so that motivates me, challenges me to come to work prepared to do the best possible job that I can, regardless of what I'm called to tackle that day.
The All City Band is a band made up of 3 high schools in Dayton, which would be Belmont High School, Thurgood Marshall High School, and Paul Laurence Dunbar High School. We bring our bands together so that we are bringing back bands in the public schools of Dayton.
Well, I've seen a lot of people in bands, and that got me interested in music, and I've been around music my whole life. I was in choir during my elementary years, and that really got me into actually, being in music.
Dr. Lawley has been nothing but supportive of us. Music in the schools helps scholarships. It helps them to travel to see outside of the state. being in the band has allowed them these opportunities to go see this other state or go to Washington, D.C. or Texas or even out of the country.
Band's given me the opportunity to be able to go to college and have scholarships, and I've got to see a lot, especially this year, being able to be with the other schools. I've got to learn from the other band directors. You get to experience a lot, and you get to have that family and connection in band, and you get to just let go and just play.
My experience is always nervous. I'm always nervous when it comes to being in the games because I have a lot of people watching me, but what brings me back is the fact that I know I'm going to make these people actually love the music that they hear.
Meeting the students from the other schools, from the different bands, it's very fun. It's a fun experience. You get to clash your personality with other people. You get to express yourself through music. You get to have fun, watch the game.
I have some of the best students. I really admire their tenacity, their dedication, and I just admire that they come in willing to work to help build this program. For them, they're just well, this is fun. Let's just enjoy the moment, and they have made the most out of it. I just really applaud these students for what they do.
We are having our groundbreaking ceremony for Welcome Stadium project, and right now we're going to have some amazing things happening here. More importantly, we are going to have all our student athletes been able to use the facility. So our middle school, their football games are over here. Even our high schools, our soccer games are played here. We have many community members that come through here, 5Ks. They run around the building and they run inside the building. At some point, we want to bring concerts here too. We were intentional with our lighting, so it's not just white lights, but we have color lights too. So the upgrades on our Wi-Fi so that, people can use their electronic devices, and when UD come here, they're not having issues, or any other colleges that may want to use it. We also were intentional with the track with making sure we put our college lines on there too. It's definitely going to be a multi-purpose facility for sure.
I think the most exciting thing is just the feel you get when you talk to people about it. From talking to kids to talking to our elders, they're all excited about this. There's so many pieces. There's people who are, they want to come down and buy a shirt from the Spirit Shop before a game. Or there's people who want to come out and they spent time looking at some of the trophies and old pictures. There's people, the kids are I can't wait to run on that track and get out on that field. So just knowing that we're doing so much that people are just excited about different pieces, I think that's what makes me excited, is just seeing the excitement in people's faces. It's going to be a magnificent facility. It's going to be somewhere they can come out and enjoy and be their best. And I think our community should be excited for what it can bring to not only our students, but for the city and the region, as far as getting some activities here and being a community space that everybody can enjoy.
The thing that I'm most excited about is just the actual opportunity for our students to play on a high quality field. I come to a lot of football games. I come to soccer games here. Band competitions, whenever there are outside groups that come in, also occur here. And just to have a place that our students are proud of, a place that they'll enjoy playing on, because this is a legacy stadium. I mean, 1949 was when this was built originally, and while it's in okay condition, it's been kept up as much as you can. It's time for a resurfacing, a refacing, a revisioning of what this should look like, and that's what's happening right now. I think that we should all be excited for this upcoming change because it's a reality now. We've talked about it for a few years here whenever I've been the superintendent, but it's a reality now, and I know other people have talked about it for years and years and years. It's reality. Today, it's the beginning.
My name is Angela Shelton. I am the assistant principal at Fairview Elementary in Dayton Public Schools. So I enjoy working with Dayton Public Schools because of the interactions that I have with students on a day-to-day basis. It is those small opportunities to make connections and help students to self-regulate and getting their bodies ready to learn that I appreciate the most. I appreciate and I love working with the teachers in Dayton Public. Dayton Public has the most phenomenal teachers. I've learned so much from them during my years here in Dayton Public. And so it's those things, the students and the teachers and the connections that makes coming here. Everything that I hold true to me, everything that I value closely, I have actually been grounded in that through DPS. To be specific, when we talk about being equitable, it was through DPS where I was able to join the Montgomery County Equity Fellows and to really start digging in and having deep conversations around equity. I got that through DPS. When I think about social emotional learning, which is very dear to my heart, I got that through DPS, through Conscious Discipline in our partnership with Learn to Earn and Preschool Promise. When you talk about instructional strategies and approaches to learning, I dug deep in that through DPS. So I am the professional that I am right now because of the initiatives and the strategies and the approaches that are grounded in Dayton Public Schools.
Everything we're teaching in music in Dayton Public Schools goes towards the whole child. So we're helping people, kids not just be better musicians, but be just better people. The skills we're teaching really go to increase literacy with our early learners. We are, just teaching how to focus, how to learn, the actual ability to learn new skills, whether it's literacy, math, social studies, music, art, PE, really any of those.
I think this is awesome. The crowd today amazed me. I didn't know how many people would show up. The children showed up, and then their parents showed up, and some of them even came up and said, thank you for doing this. So this is our first adventure out in public since COVID. So we are thrilled that we can stand here and present this.
We have an incredibly talented group of kids here in Dayton Public Schools, and today's just a great chance to celebrate those talents that those kids have.
My name is John Houston, and I teach biology at Paul Laurence Dunbar High School with Dayton Public Schools. I've thought a lot about why a young teacher would want to choose to work at DPS, and I think Dayton has such a rich history of successful people and a lot of creativity, and there's a great spirit in the city of Dayton. What I enjoy most about my job at DPS, I really enjoy working with the students. I like seeing how our students grow as people. What really resonates with me is every time you look across the room, you don't know who the people you see could be, the next doctor, the next lawyer. I envision myself going to the hospital one day and having one of these people working on me, or having one of these students be an attorney that I may have to hire at some point. They're going to be part of tomorrow, and they're really thriving in this high school environment that we've created. We have so many students that just seem on the edge of success. And so if you come to Dayton and you teach in Dayton, you can really help someone find that dream and find that path. You have so many young people with tremendous skill and creativity that just don't know how to project themselves or how to bring that forward. They don't know what they have. And so there's no better place to do that than right here in Dayton.
Hello, I'm Chase Wells, a scholar, leader, and now a graduate of Dayton Public Schools. I want to say thank you to Dayton Public Schools. You mean so much to me because of everything I was able to accomplish in these past 4 years of high school. In doing that, you guys created a foundation for me to rely on for my future endeavors. In these past 4 years, I have learned that having a plan is key to your success. Without a plan, you're blindly headed into life, making it hard to push yourself to that next step. DPS provides a great opportunities for students to find their plan and get them past high school as they did for me. DPS has made me a better person by introducing me to the Males of Color program back when I was a sophomore. The Males of Color program provides lots of help, fun activities, but most of all, a family. With that, I became more confident in myself and more determined to do good in my community, and that has made me into the striving young man I am today. For my future graduates, stay focused, know your plan, and be the best that you can be. You are your greatest enemy. Only you can stop you from being great. The sky is the limit. And now, this is the last episode in case you missed it for the school year. DPS high schools held college and career signing days for seniors. These annual events allow students to declare their post-graduation plans, whether it be college, a career, entering the military, or another path. Students then sign a banner that will hang in the school next year as a reminder to other students to prioritize academics and attendance to reach their goals. Congrats to the class of 2023. The Columbus Crew mascot surprised Belhaven students for winning the March Mania attendance competition. Students were called up to high-five the mascot, receive a certificate, and get their photo taken. Keep up the great attendance next year, Bobcats. The annual All-City Arts Festival was held earlier this month. Approximately 450 students from all grade levels performed songs, played musical instruments, and showcased their artistic talents. Thank you to all who helped make the day a success. The annual employee retirement celebration was held at the Dayton Art Institute. This year, 52 retirees were recognized. The retirees enjoyed dinner, music, and then a recognition program to celebrate their years of service to the district. Collectively, these employees devoted more than 1,284 years to DPS. Thank you for your service. We wish you the best in retirement. After a long year, that's it for this episode in case you missed it. Catch us back in August for more district highlights and follow us on social media to get the most up-to-date news 24/7. I'm Chase Wells, and remember, when the going gets tough, the tough gets going. Class of 2023, we out.
Hi, I'm Haley Chavez, a media arts student attending Ponen TTC, and I'm here at Edison to interview our Student of the Month, Kennedy Thomas.
Kennedy is a leader at Edison. She always strives for excellence in her academic work, has great attendance, and follows the school's 3 B's of being respectful, responsible, and safe. She was a member of the school's Math Olympics team. She's president of the student council, and her science fair project placed in the school's event. Kennedy is dependable, trustworthy, and is an excellent example for other students.
Tell us your name, your school, and your grade.
My name's Kennedy. I go to Edison Elementary, and I'm in 6th grade.
What are your responsibilities in student council?
At student council, my responsibility is to mostly give my opinions on things before we send it out to the school, like Spirit Week, which is this week. I had to give my opinion on most of the options for what we could do. And when we plan things like our spring dances and stuff like that, we have to make sure that we show what's best interest for the students before we post it out and make people know that what's coming.
So can you tell us a little bit about your time here and some of the teachers that have impacted you the most while you've been going here?
My time here has been amazing. I came here first when I was in 3rd grade, and I'm now in 6th grade. At first it was a little rocky because it was when the pandemic had first hit when I first got here. So I didn't really get to meet the students before we had to leave and come back. But when we came back, it was different. I met new people, I made amazing friends while I was here before I have to leave. And one of my favorite memories and my favorite teachers are probably my 5th grade teacher, Jennifer Kane. She helped me out a lot last year. I was struggling a lot last year with most of my subjects, and she was just helping me in ways I don't think any other teacher has helped me, which was really amazing because some teachers can't do that. And another one of my favorite teachers probably has to be my 4th grade teacher, Miss Carrington. She was always helpful, and whenever I needed something from her, she would always help me with it, whether it was at school or at home or whatever it was. She would always help me, and she was one of my biggest supporters. Even now that I'm in the 6th grade, she still helps and supports me in different ways.
What are you most looking forward to next year?
Next year, I'm looking forward to going to my new school, Stivers, and doing a lot of theater plays and trying to keep up my act from this year and just moving it to Stivers.
What is something you're looking forward to this summer?
This summer, I'm looking forward to going on vacations with my family. Me and my family mostly spend our summertime going to water parks and amusement parks And I can't wait to go swimming, and we're going to Canada after we get out of school. So this summer is going to be something I look forward to, vacation, family time, stuff like that.
It's just an opportunity for the entire community to benefit from a very, very nicely renovated stadium. Today, they're putting up a beam at the top of the press box as a kind of a symbolic, we're almost there. Shook invited everyone out for lunch and then also to sign the beam, and then they're going to hoist the beam up behind us. So we're very excited about the fact that we are nearing completion of this project. Raising the beam today means that we are completing this work. You know, we are moving forward. We have a new press box that's going to be in place, and putting that beam up there just signifies the fact that we are on track. We are moving forward for the fall season to open up with a full, brand new stadium for our students and for our fans and for the community at large. So today, very symbolically, is just we're there. We're moving forward and we've got it. So that's really why we're out here celebrating today.
Seeing these type of things happen, it's a sign of hope that we're all continuing to build upon what we believe could happen in this district. That beam is one little step of it. When the stadium was built in its original capacity, everyone from grade school students to big corporations put in on this to come into fruition. And that's the same as today. The district itself, the Board of Education, has funded the majority of the project because we believe so strongly that this is going to be a game changer, not only for our schools, but for our region.
So for this facility to be renovated at this period of time, it's just an outstanding opportunity for athletes today and athletes in the future to have a place to play that's really significantly different, and it is state of the art.
The season was pretty good. I loved it. I enjoyed every moment. What I enjoy most is the atmosphere that my team provides. I feel like it's a good atmosphere, good energy, good vibes.
Being a senior, this is my last year, so it was pretty sad, but watching the freshmen come in and grow to become better and to look up to us, it was really good overall, and I think our boys did really good. They went pretty far. To be a cheerleader is more than just accessory to the basketball team. It's really just to push your team on. We're like a support system. Also, we're like a hype squad. So I feel like without the cheerleaders, it's not a team.
Well, I have the memory of me being the first male cheerleader of Ponence, and I'll say I would cherish that forever because it's a time in history that I feel that I've actually changed something, and I'm actually doing something that represents people like me.
I just want to say to our coaches, thank you for pushing us to be the best that we ever could, and I thank you for everything you have done for me over the 4 years, everything you have done for this program. Thank you.
My name is Richard Rayford. I am the Senior Executive Director for Dayton Public Schools. So our staff has a very important role into education, which they make sure that the buildings are clean for the students, which helps them to focus more on the education part of school, so they have a better opportunity to learn. DPS has had a huge impact on my family. I've actually had 4 children that graduated from DPS who are successful. 2 are nurse, and 1 is a semi driver for a big company. I've also had probably 10 nieces and nephews that has attended DPS as well as, and I currently have probably about 7 great nieces and nephews that attend Dayton Public Schools. And I enjoy coming into the schools when I see their smiling faces, and they like to see their uncle come in and talk to them and try to help them to gain a better path for their education. Personally, DPS has impacted me both professionally and personally, and I enjoy the opportunity that it has provided. If you enjoy contributing to the education of children, this is a great place to start. There's an opportunity for growth in your success. If you like to advance your career, there's excellent opportunities here for you to advance your career, and I've been here 17 years, and I wouldn't trade any year for working here.
My name is John L. Foster. I'm a math teacher here at Ponus CTC, and I'd like to say I am DPS. I enjoy working with my students, helping them to learn what they need to learn for the day. I enjoy the interaction. I enjoy that road of discovery along with the students, help us to get from point A to point B in terms of increasing their knowledge and also increasing their wisdom as well concerning mathematics. Superintendent Lolly and my math supervisor, Dr. Kurt, and of course my wife, and of course my colleagues, my math colleagues, and just my colleagues in general. They give me encouragement. We just like a big family, we just encourage each other. I believe DPS is a good place for anyone to start their career because we have children who are in need of having good mentors, good leaders, good teachers who are willing to show them love to help them to grow, because they might not get that entirely at home, but this will be a second family to them to get that love and get the knowledge and get the education, the good education that they need to have to go and prosper in this world of ours.
Project Search is a transition to work program for young adults with disabilities. It is a unique program that is 1 school year in length. During that time, the students will participate in 3 targeted internships based on their interests and strengths. They will acquire competitive, marketable, and transferable skills through their internships. Some of the duties that they might participate in are cleaning, assisting patients and staff, delivering supplies, transporting patients, cooking, fixing things throughout the hospital. And then through these tasks, they learn valuable life skills such as how to handle constructive criticism, teamwork, appropriate communication for the workplace, critical thinking. If a student is committed to finding competitive employment, they will have a job when they are completed with this program. We are with them every step of the way.
The Dayton Public School District has 16 thriving elementary schools serving preschool students as young as 3.5 years old through 6th grade. Caring and dedicated teachers and staff are determined to help all students succeed academically. Individualized attention is critical to academic success. DPS elementary schools follow a double teaching model in 1st through 3rd grade. Having 2 teachers per classroom allows for class size reduction, with 1 teacher focusing on math and 1 on literacy. This allows students to receive more one-on-one attention to help them excel academically. In addition to traditional academic subjects, students of all grade levels learn to be problem solvers, team players, and solution-oriented thinkers through STEM experiences. Career experiences begin in kindergarten to introduce students to a variety of career paths and opportunities. Art, physical education, and music classes are also part of a student's well-rounded educational experience. Music classes are designed to give students hands-on experience and make them excited to participate and learn. Many elementary schools also provide after-school programs and family resource coordinators to connect families to any services they may need. In addition, all DPS preschools are free and rated 5 stars by the Ohio Department of Education. By choosing Dayton Public Schools, you are choosing to give your student an opportunity to learn, grow, and achieve. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
Who am I? I was born in Diamond, Missouri. My birthday is January 1st, 1864. I was an inventor of peanut butter. I've never been married and no children. I passed away January 5th, 1984 due to anemia. I'm Jamarion Jeffrey. I attend College Elementary School. I'm in the 6th grade. Who am I? George Washington Carver.
So in Dayton Public Schools, we're really happy to have Project Lead the Way, which is sort of a nationwide STEM program. They've got a whole bunch of different STEM classes, and our goal, we call it Gateway. It's a gateway to high school, right? So we're trying to get kids excited and interested in these different STEM areas, right? Whether it's robotics or engineering or whatever it is, and it doesn't matter exactly what they're doing here. They're learning those skills that you talked about, the 21st century skills, right? Teamwork, collaboration, problem solving. So we're using a lot of, it's good for them to learn, but the real skills that they're getting is that problem solving and that collaboration, because the technology is going to change, right? And the key is for them to learn those skills.
My favorite part is when the students take ownership. The other day we were doing robots, and a girl who always says, I can't do it, said, Miss Tubbs, look, I did that, I made that robot go. So that was kind of priceless. And I like them seeing the aha moments when they figure out something, especially the girls, when the girls that, aren't really into STEM as much as the boys are. And when they get their robots working and they take ownership and pride in what they're doing and they're excited about it, that's really special to me.
Hello, and welcome to Mental Wellness Minute. I'm Kara Hofacker with Community Behavioral Health Services at Dayton Children's Hospital. Today we're going to be talking about mental wellness and how it's being affected right now. There's a lot of challenges in general with COVID, the illness itself, restrictions, quarantine, disruptions in school. A lot of our kids haven't been in school for a year or 2 years at this point. And reduced tolerance for socialization. It's been a while since we've had to be in large groups. There's a lot of new rules and a lot of changes at home. So today we're going to talk about fears and worries and helping your child manage their fears and worries. Most children experience some level of fear or worry, and it impacts every child differently. We're hoping to be able to help you recognize them in your child and how they may impact them and how to help them feel more confident and empowered. Some common childhood fears and worries are being hit by a car, getting lost, being afraid of the dark, storms, imaginary creatures such as monsters, or certain fears of animals such as dogs, spiders, or snakes, or birds. Older kids have a little bit different of fears. They may be concerned about violence, family issues, family approval, or being cool with their friends. And now especially COVID, being sick, hospitals and doctors' offices may be scary to them. Some examples of how fears and worries might present in your child are stomach aches, headaches, complaining of not feeling well. They may be struggling to sleep. They may not want to go places or leave home or be without you as the parent. They may be avoiding certain situations that they used to enjoy. They might ask a lot of questions on a specific topic. Some children struggle with acting out, such as increase in behaviors or talking back, goofing off. Some children struggle with acting in behavior, such as withdrawing from friends or family or self-harm. And why do our children have worries? Some children are just more likely to develop them than others. Oftentimes, this can come through an experience, such as walking by an aggressive dog that is barking loudly, or seeing the storm destruction from the 2019 tornadoes. Other times, this can come from witnessing another person's reaction to a fear, such as a sibling who is scared of an animal and seeing their fear when talking about that animal can rub off on them. Why address them now? It could be impairing their ability to function in school, such as failing classes or skipping classes, refusing to go to school at all. It could impair their social lives, withdrawing from friends or their favorite activities, sports they used to like. It can also overtake them if they're not addressed. Their fears may be irrational, and discussing generalizations such as all storms destroy houses or all dogs bite which can really impact them from experiencing life. And this can provide you the opportunity to provide support to them and teach them about their fears. So what can you do? Talk to your child about their worries. Share your experiences relating to what they're afraid about. Normalize worry and share things that you might be fearful of or that you worry about. Set examples for them of how to manage their fears and worries. Teach them coping strategies such as breathing when they're overwhelmed, learning how to relax, imagination to take their mind off of what they're afraid of, self-talk to calm themselves down, or to seek support if they feel that they're overwhelmed. Helping them to gradually face their fears, such as if they're afraid of dogs, maybe meet some friendly dogs, walk by some dogs behind fences that aren't being aggressive, or take a class to learn how to interact with animals. Remain calm when they are scared, support them facing things they cannot avoid, such as doctor's appointments, and praise them for facing their fears. Thank you so much for taking the time to invest in your child. Remember that fears and worries are normal for both adults and for kids. Just be mindful of how their fear or worry may be impacting their daily functioning, such as school or interacting with families and friends if they're avoiding certain situations. Be supportive, setting an example for them of how to overcome fears and normalizing having fears and worries. Come up with a plan with your child on how to tackle those fears and worries, and you guys can conquer anything. Thank you.
Hey you guys, I'm Wayne Middleton. Too Tall Winston. And we're with the world famous Harlem Globetrotters here at Belmont High School. We just want to thank Dayton Public Schools for having us out here. Come on now.
Who am I? I raced horses for money. I have 4 gold medals. My nickname is Buckeye Bullet. I ran German-made shoes. Who am I? Jesse Owens. And I am Dante Foster Goes to Kemp Elementary 5th grade.
Students in grades 4 through 8 across the district are competing in Dayton Public Schools Math Olympics. This is an annual event that takes place where students have 3 competitions, a Battle of the Brains competition, and then there's a critical thinking and collaboration challenge where this year students are trying to break out of a breakout EDU box. They're applying all their skills from quarters 1, 2, and 3 to work collaboratively as a team and crack some codes through mathematical puzzles. And then there's also a design challenge where students this year have designed their dream home, and on the day of their competition they're presented with a twist from the judges, and they have to apply that twist given the mathematical parameters to their design and then defend their reasoning in an interview process at the end. Today's events are preparing the students for future careers and goals because they are really trying to strategize together. They have to lean on one another to determine the best way to get to their common goal. Teamwork and problem solving are huge components of today's competitions. They are actually one of the categories that they are scored in is their ability to work as a team. So they have to learn to effectively communicate with one another in order to be successful on today's challenges, particularly the CTC challenge, the breakout box. They have been strategizing together for months as they practiced as a team with their Building Math Olympics coaches. The goal is for them to increase their ability to problem solve and collaborate and think critically and really learn that math is fun.
My name is Jacqueline Rutterow. I'm Senior Director of School Programs for Save the Music Foundation. We're a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping students, schools, and communities all around America reach their full potential through the power of making music. Save the Music is very fortunate to have strong partnerships with our manufacturers. And in Dayton, we purchased Conn-Selmer band instruments for the 3 middle schools this year. Conn-Selmer, in turn, kind of to add some support above and beyond, brought Mickey Smith Jr., the 2020 Grammy Music Educator Award recipient, to Dayton. So we have spent the last 2 days in all 3 middle schools where Mickey has worked hands-on with the students, really establishing kind of fundamentals, reinforcing proper posture and breathing and making a good sound on their horns. Here in Dayton, we've laid a foundation to support the K-8 schools. So all of the students in elementary school having access to high-quality musical instruments to make music in school every week. And the middle school students who are picking up a trumpet or a trombone for the first time have a high-quality musical instrument to reach their full potential. Also, with a superintendent like Dr. Lally, who is a former music educator herself, really prioritizes arts and music education and has made huge investments from her role at the district to ensure these programs will be successful and sustained for years to come.
With this instance, my focus is to teach them the music, but it's also to show them that they're loved, they're valued, and they're wanted, and that there is so much promise inside of them. We have to show our kids now more than ever how much they matter. My time here in Dayton Public Schools has been nothing short of amazing. I love the energy. I love the enthusiasm of the students. It was so refreshing to come to a place where the kids really appreciate the opportunities that they're being given. And this is something I won't soon forget. And I want to tell those kids that may be watching and all those that are connected with this institution that what you do matters more than what you realize. And to keep on going and make those next steps the best steps and the next sounds the best sounds.
If we catch them right in kinder and first grade, we can do a lot of good work. Hi, my name is Dr. Nikki. I am an educator. I work with teachers and kids around the country, and I write a lot of books. I've been working in classrooms doing guided math as well as looking at energizers, because there's so much research that says kindergarten, first grade, all of that math is foundational to reading and to math. There's long-term studies that look at what kids were doing in kindergarten with math.
It's so important for kids to build number sense and understand how to play with numbers, especially at an early age, so that they understand that math is about thinking, not just getting answers. I'm Dr. Allison Mello, and I'm a former assistant superintendent, former math specialist, classroom teacher, and curriculum director, and now I'm a full-time math consultant. I'm really excited to be in Dayton Public Schools and working with the classroom teachers, showing them some different routines to get kids excited about learning math.
Going into the schools, I see teachers that are enthusiastic, that are ready to learn, that are already doing wonderful things, and that are trying to improve their practice. So my time here at Dayton Public has been wonderful because I love working with teachers and students.
The Dayton Public School District has 5 middle schools that prepare students for high school and beyond. Edwin Joel Brown, Wright Brothers, and Wagaman are standalone middle schools, while Belmont and Stiver School for the Arts are both middle and high schools. A focus on continued academic excellence is present in all middle schools. In addition to their standard English language arts classes, all students take a reading course designed to ensure they leave middle school with the mastery they need to excel in high school. In addition to traditional subjects, Project Lead the Way courses are available to middle school students who want to explore STEM concepts while also learning valuable life skills. Classes like design and modeling, medical detectives, and automation and robotics introduce students to engineering design, the medical field, and more. Project Lead the Way courses are designed to teach students how to be problem solvers and critical thinkers while engaging in hands-on projects. In DPS middle schools, career exploration experiences continue with an emphasis on how students can form a path to their goals. Students spend time learning about career opportunities and the career technical education pathways offered in DPS high schools because it is important for middle school students to consider which one would be the best fit for them. All middle schools have caring, dedicated teachers and staff, along with guidance counselors to help students pick the best classes and high schools for their needs. By choosing DPS middle schools, you are choosing to set your student up for academic and lifelong success. Learn more and enroll today at DaytonPublic.com.
I was just overwhelmed by the number of people who came out here today to welcome us and the number of students who have already applied to Central State University to receive the free tuition their first year at Central State University. Our goal is to make sure that we're reaching out to our local schools and certain schools like Paul Laurence Dunbar, Principal Henry, who is here as a graduate of Central State University, and we want to make sure that we're providing as much access for those students as possible. And we know that the cost of an education has increased. Central State University is one of the most affordable institutions in the country, and we know that many students are first generation. Many of them come from lower socioeconomic backgrounds, and we want to make sure that we're providing that access with this free tuition.
I feel very excited. You know, it's a great opportunity. It's really motivational as far as, you know, going to school and, you know, because some children might not even was applying for college, you know, knowing that you might go for free. That right there just motivates you to do well and, you know, do better, especially when they stated that it would be over the years to come, you could still, you know, go to college for free. That's a possible 4-ride free college. That right there is an amazing opportunity, once in a lifetime opportunity. So, you know, it motivates me to go to Central State. It motivates me to keep my grades up, you know, and stay on top of everything so I can continue to get that free college.
The beautiful thing about it is we had a number of students after they heard these things that stuck around because they wanted to apply. And just seeing how many kids come out of Dayton Public Schools right now that are wanting to move on, whether it be college, whether it be military, whether it be a trade. But we want to make sure our students are, you know, primed for success in life. So that's our long-term goal here at Dayton Public Schools, is to make sure that when we have these kind of things, it's almost an expected thing.
Who am I? I was born on February 27th, and I was born in Dayton, Ohio in 1971. I was an actor, an entertainer, and a host. I played in The Walking Dead, and I won an Oscar. I played 3 sports, football, baseball, and basketball. Hi, my name is Jeremiah. I go to River's Edge, and I'm in the 6th grade. And the person I'm presenting is Vincent M. Ward.
My name is Mike Manuel, and I teach construction at Ponitz CTC. When I first came here, I actually interviewed for, I wanted to do mentoring. And next thing you know, I got an offer in the mail to see if I was interested in a CTE position. That's not what I came here for initially. But for my goals in doing the kind of work that I do in the community, where before I was mentoring kids one-on-one, you know, through my church and in some other areas, but now I mentor my own students. I would think others would probably choose DPS because of the support system. You know, I thought about the same thing with having a charter school and then not really having somebody that could do the counseling or somebody that can do the intervention. With ESL students, there's people here that speak several languages. So a lot of my students live on the east side, they're Africans. They may speak 5 languages, but I don't know too many places that they can come where they actually have ESL teachers that will work with them on learning English to get to the point to where they can actually be proficient. So I think it's a culmination of having the opening their arms for immigrant students and then providing a support system that can help them become successful.
Thank you, Sharice.
Brother Nichols' yes is stronger than your yeses.
People down there like,
Yes.
yes. Let the record show that the Board of Dayton, let the record show that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District has just completed an executive session during which it considered the appointment, employment, dismissal of a public employee. I move that we exit executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
Move to second. Any questions? Seeing none. may we
Who
have a
can I
vote?
use?
Go ahead.
Mr. Sampson or
You pick either one. They said it together.
Lacey? Okay.
Either one.
Okay.
Yeah.
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. We are back up to Human Resources where we had a motion and it was second. Are there any questions? Any comments, anything? We good to go? Let me give Brother Sampson a second.
We're not separating anything?
Nope, they made that change. Everything else is, oh wait, hold on. Actually, I'd like to pull 34, 35, and 50 for just some clarification on those programs until the next meeting. All right. Nothing else? May we have a, go ahead.
Question. Is it, I don't think the numbers have changed. I think you mean 49. Not
There you
50.
go.
And 50 is a vast. 50, yeah, I think you want 49.
49.
49.
34, 35,
33,
49.
34, and 49.
33. She said 33.
Mhm.
34,
30, 49.
49.
All right, anything else? I do have one question for you. When it denotes that a person is pending background, if that does not come back clear, is that on our next agenda? Say it into the mic for us, please. All right. All right, seeing no other questions, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. All right, moving down into new business. First, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution ceasing the start of employment prior to the board approval and retroactive policy payment. And just this came out of us wanting to clean up our practice here. And we are supposed to be working with legal to get an actual process going. And this is to cease retroactive payment and starting employment by December 31st, 2023, meaning that individuals will not start until board approved. So hopefully between January and February, the policy committee will have a actual policy in place. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to make the recommendation for us to vote on the prorated amount of $140,000 for interim business manager, Mr. Rafer, from the moment his last appointment until today. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving in second. Are there any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Okay. President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett?
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to make a motion that we appoint Tiffany Powell as our business manager effective tomorrow. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved in second. Are there any questions?
Question.
Which
ahead.
one is it?
I seconded.
Okay.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
You said appoint as business manager?
Interim.
Interim, okay. That
I said interim, business manager, correct? Yes. Yes, I did. Run the tape back. You want me to call it a flag? All right. Let the record reflect that the motion is to appoint Tiffany Powell as our interim business manager. Any other questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. One more. I'd like to make a motion that we move purchasing under the treasurer. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Okay. President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
No.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
No.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
Okay. 6
Five.
yeses.
5 yeses, 2 noes. Board Member Smith and Board Member Wick
Oh,
voted
yeah,
no.
yeah. 5 yeses,
2
2 no.
noes. All right. Next. Insomuch as the Board of Education is committed to the continuing updating of its policies, rules, and regulation manuals, and the committee which was appointed has been working towards that goal, the following is brought at this time for second reading in compliance with board file. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District, Montgomery County, Ohio, hereby accepts and adopts the rules and policies that have been codified for inclusion in the Handbook of Policies, Rules, and Regulations, file AC-ACB, non-discrimination/harassment, including non-discrimination on the basis of sex and disability, sexual harassment, BCG, School Board Attorney, GCDA, Employee Referral Program. I move that we adopt these policies. There is a second.
Second.
Moved and second. Any questions or comments?
I have a question, Madam President.
Go ahead.
Would you accept a friendly amendment?
Go ahead.
I would like to add in file AC/ACB. For purposes of this policy, staff means administrators, professional and classified staff, as well as board members, agents, or persons subject to the control and supervision of the board.
All right. Any questions? All right. Seeing none, may we have a vote with the amendment added on?
I do. Yes.
May we have a vote?
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
All right, one more resolution, and I would like to note prior to reading this resolution, this was brought in policy, but the board members on the policy committee did believe that it should be brought up to the board since this is involving board employees. And this is a resolution to adopt board policy first and second reading. Insomuch as the Board of Education is committed to the continual updating of its policies, rules, and regulations manuals, and the committee, which was appointed, has been working towards those goals. The following is brought at this time for simultaneous first and second reading in compliance with board file. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District, Montgomery County, Ohio, hereby accepts and adopts the following policies, which have been codified for inclusion in the Handbook of Policies, Rules, and Regulations. BCCD, Board Treasurer Relationships. BCCE, Board Business Manager Relationships. I move that we adopt these policies. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and second. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Okay. President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett,
Yes.
Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
7 yeses.
Thank you. You want to talk? You want to say anything? All right, go ahead around. Dr. Pickett.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have much to say today, other than the ELL committee will be meeting on the 29th of this month We had over 125 students that we took to Wright State University for the Latino Day. This was the third time that we've done this. And so we hope that we can continue doing this. The kids had a lot of fun. We talked about possibly doing a mariachi band while they're learning music and business and earning money while they go to school. That's all I have to say today, Madam President.
Thank you. Board Member Wick.
Oh, thank you. I'm good this evening. I hope everybody has a happy holiday and gets a few days rest. Everybody's been working hard, and in these moments of reflection, when we think about this time of the year, I'd just like to express gratitude to our entire community, our service team, my board team, everybody for our continued work. And yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Board Member Sampson.
Thank you, Madam President. The only thing I have today is I want our Thurgood, Marshall, and Waukegan middle school families to know that our thoughts and prayers are with them in the loss of their students the last week. And that's all I have.
Board Member Reiner.
Quickly, I will say something. Tonight, my peers on the Dayton School Board voted to update the sexual harassment policy that will protect future employees in the district, including board members themselves. This is a big win, not just for the future of the board, but for the district and community as a whole. The board came together in the spirit of collaboration and cooperation, and we clearly stated we will not stand for sexual harassment or misconduct among employees. As we continue to work together to protect and educate children in this community, I'm optimistic that now we can and will come together on issues that matter. I'm grateful that this policy is passed and employees and board members can now feel protected. This has been a long, hard-fought battle. But even when the path is difficult, I'm committed to doing the hard things, especially in the times it matters most, and especially in the name of protecting others. Thank you.
Board Member Lacy.
The Finance Committee met last Thursday, and Amit presented the financial, the statement's position and activity, and they were in good order. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice President Smith.
Well, first, I did want to bring up as something came out of the Athletic Advisory Council. Was a resolution to adopt board policy. So I will put that out there in respect to that council. And as much as the Board of Education is committed to the continuing updating of its policies, rules, and regulations manual, and the committee which was appointed has been working toward that goal, the following is brought at this time for simultaneous first and second reading in compliance with board file. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Dayton City School District, Montgomery County, Ohio, hereby accepts and adopts the following policies which have been codified for inclusion in Handbook of Policies, Rules and Regulations, DFE/DFA, gate receipts and admission, free admissions, which is revised to align with district preference, and then IGDJ, interscholastic athletics, revised to align with district preference.
I move that we table this until we have further discussion on it, as for multiple reasons. One, we've already addressed this policy for the year, and our current policy states that we give things a year until they come back up. The second is talking about dissolving a committee, and it's talking about, I mean, it's just a lot to vet and to have conversations on it.
I'll second the motion.
Moved in second. Any questions or comments?
Question.
Sampson.
So, Madam President, the policy about waiting a year is when a policy has been voted in the negative. This policy wasn't voted down, it was adopted. So that is not, we can have the conversation. And I think for me, DFE, DFEA is a policy that we should discuss if it is the pleasure of the board, because the concern of the advisory council was that games will begin before we meet again for the next conversation. So if we tabling it, I would like for us to consider DFE, DFEA, and then tabling IGDJ, if that is the will of the board. But the building principals have concern with the current policy as it is, and that is why they suggested or presented to the board the recommendation for an amendment.
I hear your concern. Board Member Smith was next. Go ahead.
No, I wouldn't.
You was. You said something.
No, I did say something I wanted to say.
Yeah. I mean, I hear your concern, but I do think that the concern, to quote Dr. Lawrence, is based off of a negative perspective on events that haven't occurred yet. So to hear from people in general here, I mean, the motion on the floor is to table it, to have further discussions. I don't know about anybody else on this board, but I saw this at 5 o'clock when I got here today. So is that enough time for anyone? Go ahead.
I would like to have more conversation about this as a board. I think maybe we could call a special board meeting and talk about how we can address student safety and community safety in our games, prioritizing their students' desire to attend games and participate in this athletic experience, but also making sure we're doing everything we can. I don't think that we should be passing it first and second reading when it was something that I saw when I showed up at the meeting tonight as well.
I agree with that too. And I think the conversation about safety should extend beyond the games. Like you just heard, we heard drivers come in today talking about safety on their buses. We hear teachers, or we hear people in our buildings posting stories, or you even see stories being posted about what's happening in our schools. If people feel unsafe in our schools, if they're feeling like they're working in unsafe environments, and if our staff doesn't even feel safe around them, that's a bigger and larger conversation that needs to also occur in addition to this conversation right here. Because essentially, the message is we don't want our kids on our property. That's how I hear it in some senses. But yeah, anybody else?
Yep.
Go ahead.
So based off that, that is not the narrative I want communicated. None of the administrators stated that they felt unsafe around their kids. The concern is smaller spaces, basketball. This is a basketball community. And so the mixture of non-DPS students and DPS students was a concern. I do not want the narrative to be that our administrators at the high schools or middle schools shared their concerns about feeling unsafe with their scholars. I'm all for the conversation. I just want the record to state that in that advisory council, there was no mention of administrators feeling that they were scared of their own kids.
Board Member Smith?
Yeah, I want to echo that. I think it is something that I would want to have a conversation on sooner than later. I think that was the push. I think IGDJ, I definitely agree that's going to take more conversation about really changing what that whole function of that group looks like. But I think the concern that was relayed to me was really looking at what do we do about the season, and as it's coming up, first game is next week, week after that, something like that. And just saying, looking at what do they do about trying to figure out what does that look like. And I think that's what we've talked about in other instances is we've not tested it out what it looks like. We don't know what it looks like if you say anyone gets in for free. I know that there's pieces around being in good standing and all these things. We haven't tested what this looks like on the IDs and things. These are what else came out from them, is just making sure that we're putting ourselves in a position that our students are safe. And that was something that was put out. They also talked about understanding Welcome Stadium. That conversation is a larger venue. There's no way we're going to pack that out, even if everybody came in for free, and just having that conversation, what does that look like? So I understand the concern, I go with the will of the board, but I definitely wanted to lift this up because it was something that came out, and I definitely don't want people to think that our principals are saying they don't want our students on the property, because our students are there anyway.
Oh, I'd like to add some context too on my side here. When we talk about population in the gym, our schools, just so people at home, if you want to be involved in this conversation, because honestly, this is about either your students or your experience when you come to this district and that one. The population at our enrollment, I believe from 2 weeks ago, as sent to me from, I believe, Board Member Sampson, at Meadowdale is 483 students. The gym capacity at Meadowdale is 2,683 students. The capacity at Dunbar, our enrolled students at Dunbar are 502 students. Gym capacity, 2,950 bodies. Our Ponet's, 749 enrolled students. Ponet's gym capacity, 2,180. Belmont enrolled middle school and high school combined, 1,072. Belmont's gym capacity, 2,875. Stivers gym capacity, 800, our school enrollment, middle school and high school combined, 812. Stivers gym capacity, 1,720. Thurgood enrollment, 497 students. Thurgood gym capacity, 2,063. Just sharing that for individuals just to be involved in the conversation here again. If our kids, if they all came and paid, they would be allowed to be in. So what's the difference here? But again, this is a conversation larger for the group to have and larger for other people to be involved, similarly to when before this policy got enacted, of individuals coming out to talk about it. Go ahead, Board Member Witt.
Thank you. I would like to echo both what Board Member Sampson and Smith said, and I was at the meeting, and it was not reflected that our leadership is afraid of our children. That was not the lens from which this policy and this consideration was created. It is that, these are highly attended events, and it is a lot of energy, and it's not just our students, it's other students, and mixing those groups together, just giving our leadership the opportunity to manage their buildings. We put them in charge of their buildings. They are the ones that are left in the evenings to close the buildings down. This was also reflective of our SRO team and people who have direct responsibility towards these events to make sure that our entire community can come out and enjoy these games in a safe environment. And I would like to request that we respond to their concerns by having a special board meeting so that we can address it and have the conversation before the basketball season starts. The concern is that if you don't, was expressed that if the change or this, whatever happens at the beginning of the year, it has to remain consistent, because it is hard once the season starts, if we have the policy that we have now, that every student enters free, and then we have to change things, it creates a whole chasm for them. So in an effort to hear them and hear the larger community concern around what all of this looks like, I'd like to request a special board meeting prior to the first game so that we can honor the work that's been done and have the discussion that everybody is anxious to have. So, thank you.
And I like to correct a thing right there, because the policy doesn't state that every student enters free. It states that the students who attend are actively enrolled in that school are able to enter at no cost. And even with that one, so long as the building isn't at capacity, which is a normal procedure, those students would be entitled to actually attend those places. And I also, again, would like to, if we're shifting balance here, just a reminder that we're a district that has a high poverty and high unstable housing, in the sense that we have children who live in group homes. We have children who live in non-traditional homes. We have children who are scholars who do all these other things. So again, my lens will be continuing to hear this part of it, is that not welcoming or not being able to allow our kids who do what they're supposed to do day in, day out, to be limited on I believe it said 10% of the student population would be admitted in. It's not equitable. It is punitive to individuals who do what they're supposed to do daily, and they show up for this, and it's taking away one little incentive that we were able to give students who are enrolled in this district. And I'm gonna tell you guys, as a Black woman, I see this happen to people who look like me all the time. That people, it's unsafe, or it's a concern of safety. But I see, again, I've seen things happen at other places, but it's not a concern of safety there. I'm not understanding what is so different about here. It is frustrating to continue to watch individuals attempt to box us out and exclude us from places because you just so happen to live in areas where if anything happens, it's everything, and it's magnitude, and it's magnified in ways that are inequitable. But again, we'll see what happens when it actually comes all the way up for a vote. So, any other thoughts or comments? Go ahead, Board Member Sampson.
Madam President, when do you think we could have this special meeting with those administrators and community members who we would love to hear from regarding this matter?
I am not sure. You would have to check schedules, and Ms. Kidd, if you can ask around for board members on schedules. One of our members is not here, so I cannot give you that today. But again, if 4 people can show up, that is a quorum.
All right, thank you so much.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
When does the basketball season start? Because we wanted to do it before
December
the start.
7th is the first game, 7th.
That's the first boys' game, beginning of December. Girls starts this month.
Girls don't even have large audiences.
I'm not saying that they do.
I'm just saying, like, that you guys are, again, another equitable thing. You actually have a chance for people to go watch the girls play. In most games, if any of you guys attend throughout the district, you see that they don't even open up many of the sides in the basketball gyms due to the low amount of children who come out and support you. And as a person who played, it's super disheartening when the opposing team has more fans than you. But also to hear that you guys don't believe, or our administrators don't believe, that our students can interact with students from other schools and be able to have a normal night. Again, super concerning for individuals who believe in the power of public education and believe that scholars can go places in life. Because essentially that message is they can only do stuff by themselves. They can't be around other people because they can't handle those type of things. And we want to make sure we never put them in a place to socialize with their peers from other places because of a safety issue that hasn't occurred, that we haven't seen yet. But okay, that makes sense.
If I may, Dr. Goodwin?
Go ahead.
I would also want to have that discussion about and I think that is something that I think we need to look at is how do we test out this whole, does it look different for different sports? Does it look different in different parts of the year? Because I also don't know if we're looking at things and we say there are sports that do not have a high turnout. Is it because of cost? I would venture to say it's not because of cost why people don't show up at certain sports. There are certain sports where we go in and it does not cost a thing to go there and people still aren't there. So I would think that there needs to be work done, which is what I brought to the committee on how to get those kind of sports that do not have that attendance, how to build that up in the building. I think that's going to be a building culture thing. I don't think it's because of people saying that they don't have the money to go to a girls' basketball game. That's why they're not going to a basketball game. And I also see the flip when people are paying right now and there's certain games, there are kids outside the door that cannot get in and are all trying to get in, and this is when they're paying. So I think the discussion, and I look forward to it, I would encourage the principals to come out. I did see a principal here today, wish you would have been able to share. And I think it's better to hear from them what their concerns are than for us to kind of postulate what they'd be thinking. So I look forward to it. And I think there is a solution inside of that. I look at what the district did last year in light of some events and creating a better experience for everyone there. And that's it. That's all I have for us. I'll look forward to whatever happens. But I did want to bring that up because that was something that the principals and site coordinators came up with. And so I told them if they send it over, then I would present. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'll just say on my final word on it, it's that if we're a district, if this is a policy that does ultimately go into effect, how can we ever say that these kids should be allowed to be at the libraries or the RTA hub, but they can't be at our spots? Because right now, those are places that they are able to go at no cost to them. Just hypocritical, and again, an attack on urban children, impoverished urban children, Black and brown urban children as well. Let's see, we're here. Madam Treasurer, oh, my bad, we're on a motion.
We're in a motion, yeah, motion to table.
Yeah, we already did that first and second. Anything else? All right, maybe have a vote.
President Goodwin,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Sampson,
Yes.
Ms. Wick,
Yes.
Dr. Pickett is not here. Ms. Reinhardt,
Yes.
Mr. Lacy.
Yes.
6 yeses.
All right, appreciate that.
Now I'm at, are you still go? Go ahead.
So, 11:11, time to get out of here. I want to say, I look forward to, I want to say congratulations. I was not here last week. Congratulations to Mr. Bailey and to Mr. Walker on being elected to the Dayton School Board. Looking forward to working with them. I also want to say thank you to the community that went out and expressed their voices and their vote. I'm proud to be able to come back and serve another term as a board member. I'm really excited to keep building on the work here in the district. And I want to just remind people to keep, like I say, keep the main thing the main thing. Too many times we get distracted by things that have nothing to do with what we're here to do, nothing to do with kids. And so I am really dedicated to that work, dedicated to moving forward and standing up and standing out. And I think that's what voting is about. It's standing up, putting what you want to put out there in the world. And so I appreciate that and being able to serve. And I think that's just the biggest thing for me. The biggest thing for me is these kids. We just saw some of the worst that we can see. Like Board Member Sampson said, my heart goes out to not only the Walkerman family, the Thurgood family, and those people who are in those young people in those lives. So I think it's about that. It's not about any of the political grandstanding. It's not about any other thing and any other agendas. I believe that being on the board is about doing the work to be better as this district. And anything else than that is something that I just won't be paying any attention to, and looking forward to keep moving with the people on this board. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam Treasurer.
Okay. Oh, this week we completed the annual comprehensive financial report, and it will be filed with the Auditor of State before the deadline, which is November 27, 2023. We are working with the auditors who are auditing our financials, and we hope they finish before the deadline, which is December 31st. This payroll is a short payroll, and we have a lot to do. And because of the holidays, we are working very hard to make sure everyone is paid correctly. Besides that, happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you. Dr. Lawrence.
Thanks, Dr. Goodwin. Special condolences to Aaron Carrington and the Carrington family. Dr. Tamara Ragland, special condolences to you and your people that surround and love you. Heaven Washington at Wagaman, absolutely special condolences from the district for you and for your family and how you all get through the holidays. We are here to support you. Also, to all my folks at the YMCA, Tom Howe, his funeral was today at Omega. Great man. He's going to be missed dearly by all of us who are regular folks down there at the YMCA. And on a happy note, Miss Webb, it was wonderful to sit in the back pew with you at Mount Calvary. I'll be back to sit there with you at some point in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. I do appreciate everyone staying with us tonight and everyone coming out for this. I don't have much to say. I think I said a lot already. So with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Is there a second? Move to second. Any questions? Seeing none, may we have a vote?
Okay. President Goodwin?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Sampson?
Yes.
Ms. Wick?
Yes.
Dr. Pickett is not here. Ms. Reinhardt?
Yes.
Mr. Lacy?
Yes.
6 yeses.